You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. We're back, bitches. The season 10 premiere of Ernestly Speaking is here. Yes, I've missed you all. And I know some of y'all are like, child, you just did a special edition episode a couple of days ago. What are you talking about? No. I miss you all. I do. This is not just a season 10 premiere, but the 5-year anniversary episode. It's been 5 years of this podcast. Over 250 episodes. Okay? We came together shortly after the insurrection on January 6th of 2021, and this podcast was born. And here we are. A Biden administration in passed. We just completed, year one of the Trump administration 2.0. And, we're here. We're here. We're moving. At the beginning of this series, I was in the process of finalizing my first book deal. And now, 10 seasons later, 5 years later, I am proud to once again announce that I'm working on my second book. Divided We Stand: How Stan Culture Evolved into Sociopolitical Chaos. It's being published by Beacon Press. Shout out to PS Literary Agency, my agent, who came through. It's coming out spring 2027, which is next year. So we're rocking and rolling. I did a special edition episode, so you can look at that. It's Ernestly Speaking, special edition. I'm writing my second book. You can get all the great details and backdrop there, because I didn't want this episode, this season premiere, to, we got a lot to cover, as you can imagine. There's a lot going on in Philadelphia and around the world. And so we have so much to unpack. And so I felt like that deserved its own special edition moment. And, it was dropped on January 6th because I felt like, what other way to commemorate Stan culture by one of the biggest moments of political Stan culture, which was the January 6th insurrection, where Trump stands, which were MAGA, decided to nearly tear down the Capitol and democracy for their fave. And so I thought that 5 years of that, let's reshape the narrative, So now you can remember January 6th as a dark day in American history, but also an inspiring day in literary history, because that was the day I announced my second book. So I'm doing my thing. I'm super excited. For those who have not listened to that episode, please do. It's really insightful, if I do say so myself. But I am looking for stands, okay? I'm looking for experts in pop culture, political stands, barbs, beehive, people that are extremists in that type of format. You can go to the link in my bio, or go to my website, ernestowens.com, and get the link to fill out a form. If you know someone, spread the word. I'm looking for academics and scholars who know anything about parasocial relationships, social media, online culture, pop culture, extremism, any of those types of subject matter. Please send them my way. There are several people who've already submitted a form, and this form is for me to be able to interview them for my book. So for those of you all who read my first book, The Case for Cancel Culture, you already know that I always speak to experts, and several experts, lawyers, political consultants, all these types of people were very helpful to making The Case for Cancel Culture a very well-researched and thought-provoking book. I am doing the same thing here with Divided We Stand. This is an adult nonfiction book, so I love to do it. And I love to open the gates. Okay. So there are some people that I have already in mind that I'm going to interview. Now, I've already reached out to, but I love to open it up to the public because there's always people that you don't think would be interested that show up. And so there is a form that you can go to the link in my bio on my Instagram, Twitter, Threads page. There's a link in bio. There is a image of the form. You can click on it, fill it out. It's a Google form, just some contact information, some background information, and it's till February 1st. So you have till February 1st. That is on a Sunday by 11:59 because I have to review all of the applicants to see who's a good fit for which particular chapters. And then I'm going to reach out and book interviews and questionnaires. So anybody who I reach out to, that means that, one, if I reach out to you, you're getting an interview. Two, you should be able to say something fruitful, but most likely there's a very, very 99.9% chance that you will be somewhere quoted in the book. And a lot of people who was in my last book, that led to great opportunities for them. For starters, I do plan to do a book tour. We're going to do a national book tour. I'm traveling across the country like I did with the Case for Cancel Culture. The tour is going to be a part of this experience. So in that experience, sometimes when I'm going to different cities, some of the people who were in my book, I'm in conversation with. So if you're someone in Chicago and you was interviewed for the book, I would love, most likely you'll be in the mix. We'll probably do a sit down conversation during the book tour at one of the bookstores I'm going to be at or places. So there's a lot of opportunities for exposure. I don't pay for sources because, the ethics of it, I still treat like a journalistic endeavor. So everyone who's participating are doing so willingly. There's no monetary incentivization. I don't, because that can compromise. Like if you're interviewing somebody for a reported story, you're not going to say, hey, I'm going to pay you to give me a quote. There is ethics there. So all of this would be of a choice, but I believe that the visibility of it, if you're a credible scholar, to be published in a mainstream book like this and not just an academic text, I've heard it do wonders for people. Also, just the general exposure. A lot of the sources and people I've interviewed, they've gotten lots of follows on social media, lots of people who reached out to them to do interviews for them for other subject matter. With my book, The Case for Cancel Culture, one of the scholars who was in my book, she ended up being utilized for a documentary on the same topic, and other people have been used for interviews and whatnot. So if you look at some of the people that I had interviewed for my first book, you will probably go back and go, oh, I know who that person is. I've seen that name before. In many ways, the book helped not completely, put them on, but it really did help amplify their presence in the media spaces and everything else. So there's a lot of good opportunity for visibility, but also a way for you to lend your scholarly advice. I love picking scholars from diverse backgrounds and all walks of life. I love talking to millennials. I love talking to Gen Zers. I love talking to boomers. I love talking to Black voices. Like when I did this book, my first book, I found Black conservative consultants. Now, these were not mega people, but they are a minority, literally and figuratively in their space. And so it, in many ways, allowed them to get exposure for people to know that there are conservative Black consultants out there that are not necessarily the tokenized, they're not mega people. The ones that I interviewed, a man named Randy Robinson, who I interviewed, I would consider him like a Mitt Romney, John McCain type of Republican. They're very rare, but they do exist, and they work on the more local and they work on the state and local level. So it's a very unique, experience. But this is a very, big deal, and I'm excited to be able to interview all these incredible voices. There are some interesting stands from different stand groups that I'll be talking to. Recovering stands from different certain groups. I won't name all the names, but it's going to be a fun experience. And I've already been writing the book. I've already been writing chapters. The research is pretty much set. I spent a whole year doing a lot of research. And so when people are asking me why have you been writing an article? Why have you been doing that? Y'all, because I was spending weeks on end and months, deep reading and researching and note collecting for this book. And I couldn't say anything publicly because the announcement hadn't happened. But doing that kind of research like that, intense research like that, it's really hard to then put those fingers to work to do like articles on a regular. So that's why I couldn't say anything, but that's why you didn't see a lot of articles from me last year. And also, I won't say you never say never, but you probably won't see that many articles from me at the beginning of this year because I'm deep in writing this book. Now, I don't know, fall, I gotta submit this final draft by Memorial Day. Oh, I'm talking a lot, am I? Yeah, I got a little deadline. I got Memorial Day to really, put everything together. I'm on track. I have no qualms or worries about any of that. I'm gonna be all good on that front. But yeah, I got till Memorial Day to submit my final draft. So that's what I'm working on. That's what I've been working on, getting that done, making sure that everything's set. So everything's on a tight deadline. So February 1st, if you know an expert, know a scholar, know someone who's a recovering stan or a current stan in politics or pop culture, please spread the words in the forum, get the word out. I was on Miss Patty Jackson's show on WDAS this week, spreading the word, getting people to come together on this. So it's a lot. I'm excited. And to the people who've applied, I've been seeing some names. I am gagging at some of the people who've applied to be interviewed, which they're going to get an interview. But like, this book is going to be the book. I love how much you all love the title, Divided We Stand. I love that you all got it instantly. There were, you'll be surprised. People behind the scenes like, are people going to understand that Divided We Stand and they're going to get confused with stand? I'm like, don't worry. They'll get it. I believe in them. And y'all did. So just the power of a title can also spark interest. And I want to say that both of the titles of my books, The Case for Cancel Culture and Divided We Stand, those were the initial titles I came up with when I sent the portfolio out. Sometimes you'll find out in the book world that authors will have their own title in their head, and as time progresses and, marketing and conversations and strategy, the teams will change the title because they don't know if it'll sell or if it's unique enough or if it stands out enough. But for both of my books, I've been able to pull it off. And I think some of that is not to be, I'm just keeping it 1,000 because I'm a journalist who have been an editor, who have had to consistently, come up with headlines for stories and things of that nature. I know how this works in a way that maybe first-time writers or infrequent authors may not, where they can write a good book or they have a good topic, but they don't necessarily understand the art of marketing. Like, I really played a strong role in how my book was marketed the first time. And I do plan to do the same with this book because, if you're like a music artist, they say I'm an artist, I'm sensitive about my shit. That's how I feel about the work that I do pertaining to these topics. I invest a lot of time and resources and energy and all of that talent to really produce something that I believe has to hit right. And so I am like that. I feel like the way Beyonce might be feels when she does her tour. I mean, not as intense as that, but the level of, really taking time to make sure it makes sense to me before it goes up. And so I love this creative phase. I love this journey. Like, I love all aspects of the book journey. Some people just say, oh, I hate the pitching. I hate the conversation. I hate the proposal part. I only like to do the writing part, or they like to only do the book tour part. I love all the stages of the production. Every part of it is fun. Every part of it challenges me in a unique way. And doing it this time around, there is a seamlessness that is quite, it's a little nerve-wracking because I'm kind of like, this is going, I really love how this is flowing. Like, wow. But, the first book, look, it was a great hazing experience. Because there was a lot of things that I just had to pick up and learn and, woo, child. Like, yes, I talk a lot about that in the special edition episode. I won't repeat myself too much, but what I will say is I am doing so many checks up front so that I don't have to spin the block and do too much. Y'all, I did not like do a bibliography for all of my sources. Well, let me be clear. Like my interviews, I had all that. But all of my individual articles, I did not realize that I was going to have to footnote all of those things. And so I had to scavenger hunt and go back and find every single article, book, and everything. And some of it I remembered very well, but like I literally had to read that book 5,000 times to go back and cite sources and things. It was painful because I had all of the information and I just did not save it. So Google Docs, Google Suites, folders, baby, when I tell you I am meticulous with my chapters, every single article, every single book, every single document, like I have all this shit like just organized and saved and ready to go to cite so that I don't have to go through that task. That was painful, okay? So yeah, I just, all the things, even thinking about the book tour, like I'm already looking at some cities, some locations, places I didn't get to go to last time that I want to go to this time. I want to be more proactive in the festivals. I got to do the Brooklyn Book Festival last time, but this time around, I do want to hit some book festivals, more book festivals, and really get ahead of that. I really want to be more proactive in certain collaborations. Like, I mean, I didn't know what I didn't know. Listen, I have no regrets about the first book. What I achieved as a debut author, I was told by so many people that is something that even regular authors don't even get, especially coming into the game as a first-time author. So I was very blessed and very fortunate. I have no complaints. But you all know that the Libra, I ain't gonna blame it on my zodiac sign, but who I am as a person, I'm always looking for ways to elevate and amplify, especially given that it will be 3 years since the last book came out this upcoming February. So there's so many things that I've learned, so many new connections, collaborations, relationships that I've had, and partnerships that I am definitely going to amplify this second iteration. So I'm hyped, as you can tell. Stay tuned. More to come. We're gonna have fun. I mean, we're gonna do like, oh my goodness, we're gonna do like when the pre-sale link drops, when the book cover drops. Like I love all of it. I love all of it. It's gonna be fun. Audiobooks, like all the things. So stay tuned on that. So I'm back teaching. It's Monday. If you're listening, you're the core 500. I can't even say core 200 now. 500, probably more than that now. But the core 500 you that instantly download and listen to the first within the first like hour, 2 hours. I'm back teaching spring semester at CCP. I'm excited. I got 4 courses under my belt. 4. That's Beyonce's favorite number. 7's my favorite number, but 4. I'm teaching 2 public speaking courses. 1 will be online asynchronous. Well, 2 of them will be online asynchronous. Both of my public speaking courses this semester are going to be my online class that I'm teaching. And then I have 2 in-person courses. I'm back teaching group and team communication, which is one of my favorite classes I teach. I don't teach it all the time, but it seems like I'm going to teach it every spring semester. So I'm super excited about it. Really loved teaching it last time. Definitely love this experiment. And group and team communication is so important. As a professor that is teaching it with younger people, I definitely feel like the Parker administration and other government agencies, they should call me and recruit me to teach them about group and team communication, because it seems like there's not a lot of that going on. And we'll talk more about that, later in the show. And I'm also teaching my Tech in the Workplace course. I am the inaugural professor that taught this a year ago. And this semester, they're finally opening up other professors in our department to teach it. I was a sole professor teaching this course for over a year. So now I am teaching it. Now there's another professor teaching the course as well. So I got to really, help. I'm going to hopefully give them some good advice on the curriculum and how to best teach it. It is not an easy course because, as you all know, communication technology is evolving on a day-to-day basis. When I first taught the course, Skype was still available. By the end of the school year, Skype got, pretty much canceled. Microsoft, closed it. And now it's all Microsoft Teams. a lot of these applications are changing. Then there's also new applications. So like Canva is really taking off and growing. I like Canva. Let me just say that. Let me just say I love me some Canva, okay? Like I have been making flyers and graphics for all of my friends' birthday parties and events and things, and I love making it for fun. Like I have it's like my little graphic design little hobby. Like I just make flyers for anything now. I just love playing with Canva. It's like my new hobby because Photoshop, which I know how to do, I just feel like Photoshop is just super, I don't know, it's just too meticulous. I like Canva. Canva just feels easygoing. Like I get a graphic layout, I get a nice backdrop, I can manipulate colors and sizes of shapes and things. It's my little artsy little hobby. It's like my Lisa Frank. Fun joke. If you don't know what Lisa Frank is, if you on a date and they don't know what Lisa Frank is, they too young for you, dog. Okay? Because my fellow millennials and Gen Xers and parents of us, you know what Lisa Frank is. If you don't know what Lisa Frank is, that's telling me something. Okay? If you don't know what Lisa Frank is, you too young. I mean, you too young. I play with my brother. My brother is 22. So I literally, listen, I bring things up to him, and that's how I know. Some of y'all want to date people my brother's age, even though you are old enough to be the parent. And I'm not ageist. I'm just saying, if they don't know what Lisa Frank is, that's already a red flag. Let me not be petty. So for those who don't know what Lisa Frank is, because I know I get Gen Zers listening, Lisa Frank is an American apparel and design company, Lisa Frank Inc. It was formed in 1980 by Lisa Frank. It was it shut down many years ago. It doesn't exist anymore. There were people in a story that said that, you know, the former employees of Lisa Frank were interviewed in a docuseries, actually, that cited that both her divorce, which was interesting, and her alleged hesitancy to evolve the empire was the reasons why people felt like the brand seemingly faded into obscurity. Now, for those who remember Lisa Frank, it's a company where it's an artistry company. Like basically they were known for allowing you to decorate in arts and crafts. You know, the neon colors, the stickers, the colorful, arts and graphics that you can play. And this was like very hands-on, glow in the dark and colors. It was all about neon colors and rainbow and arts and fun and crafts. Like they were the bomb in the 90s. Like when I was young, like we gotta throw it back, like appropriately, but we gotta throw it back though. Like Lisa Frank was that girl. Birthday parties, let me tell you something, changed my life. Okay, I grew up playing with Lisa Frank, like stickers and coloring books and the graphic and the stencils. Like see, that's the problem. Kids don't have Lisa Frank. That's their problem. You know, they say go back to the good old days. Where are the coloring books for kids, not adults? Because I know adults, y'all got they trying to do adult coloring books, which is not, I'm not judging, but we need to bring back the coloring books. We need to bring back stickers. We need to bring back stencils. We need to bring back some shit. Because the problem is, I know these new parents out here, they so hyped that their carpet is not fucked up. But let me tell you something right now. Your carpet not fucked up, but your damn Wi-Fi bill and your, what's that thing called? Your internet bill, your Wi-Fi bill, your phone bill. Let me tell you, my younger brother, my baby brother, who's now 15, but my mom did not really, when at his age, because he was born in 2010, gasp. He was born in 2010. Now, he's growing into the 2020s. He had an obsession with Roblox. He liked Paw Patrol when he was little, but Roblox, those online gamey things, whatever that is. Let me tell you something. He got me one time when he was little. One of my cell phones said he wanted to play games on the phone. The kids don't really do, I guess these kids now, they don't really color anymore. They don't really do all that anymore. Maybe the little babies, but they don't do that. I was drawing and sketching and doing all that in my teens. These kids don't really do that anymore. They want to play online games. They want to be on these cyber chats. That's why this online cyberbullying shit going on. But let me I don't want to digress too much, but I have to say that bullying is not good, whether in person or online. But I wonder in some ways that when I was growing up, that in-person bullying hit different. This cyberbullying is different because these people are cowardly hiding behind on the internet, making these insults. Now, the way I was brought up, because I felt I experienced in-person bullying, I knew how to use my words and my hands to defend myself. And of course, people would try to fuck with me and stuff because they read me as being feminine and all the things. And, they fucked around and found out. But that's how I learned how to clap back. Those skills that I have now to clap back against administrations and fascists and people in power started when I was little. Because you had to learn how to use your words. Now, if you have to, understand it, there were fighting words. We had to understand the difference. But I knew when to use those fighting words because if I said something that could warrant a fight, I had to pick my battles. See, there was so many interpersonal skills that's now missing in the era of bullying not being in person as much. This online bullying, cowardice stuff is really messing with the kids. And I get it because you got people just harassing you online. You don't know who they are sometimes. They're saying all kind of things they won't say to you in person. And it can impact you. And then you got, the other things going on. We didn't have all of that like that. I think going back to this situation is that they're hyper online in a different way. And that's all they know. And so my younger brother, he got my phone one time. It was during the holidays. And he was like, oh, can I use your phone? Because he was bored. So I said, okay, well, because they don't, board games, they don't even play board games anymore. Anyway, so he wants to play this game on my phone, this Roblox. I don't know anything about subscriptions and shit. Let me tell you something. He gets on it. I'm like, do you need me to look at it? He's like, oh, no, I know how to get it. He's in my Google Play or something like that. He done hit the credit card because I had a connection. All my stuff was connected and ran my damn bill. I think he spent I don't even understand what he got. I still to this day don't understand how this works. I think I had $70 or some shit. And I'm just like, I had this charge and it said Roblox or something. I said, excuse me, what did you buy? He's like, oh, I need to buy blah. I said, what did you buy? He was like, oh, I had to play the game. It's like, you had to pay money to play a game? He says, well, I had to buy these things. What? Listen, it was a very different conversation. All I got to say is he can never touch my cell phone again. I'm telling you right now, if you have any small children around you, don't give them your phone. Go give them a piece of paper and tell them to draw. Don't let them use your phone for anything at all. Public service announcement. Now, moving along. Yeah, but Lisa Frank was a moment. I digress. Lisa Frank was a moment. The backpacks, the swag. I loved it all. I remember them dolphins. I remember those cute dolphins on that rainbow pond. I just remember the puppies and the color. It was just the era, man. Oh, Lisa Frank, a legend you are. A legend you are. And also, like I said before, the documentary, if you want to know about this documentary, it's called Glitter and Greed, which is the rise and fall of Lisa Frank. That's what it's called. It's called Glitter and Greed. It's called Glitter and Greed, yes. The Lisa Frank story, but it's about the rise and fall. And it's on Amazon Prime for those who want to get into it. But it's a really cool miniseries. It came out in 2024. It's like 4 episodes. It's a nice little mini docuseries. It's like 4 episodes. They're about 35 minutes a piece. So it's roughly 2 hours, but they break it up in different chapters. But it's a beautiful story. Beautiful story. Yeah. I mean, but I will say, because some of y'all might know a little bit about it. Glamour Dolls Inc. was an independent makeup brand and they collaborated with Lisa Frank, and Lisa Frank was getting a little greedy. And I do got to say that because I don't want to, she was a little greedy. And there are some aspects of the documentary, because now I'm remembering all the details. There were some aspects of the documentary where she wasn't necessarily doing things that I would have thought was a good look. So it's a little complicated. But, yeah. Yeah. Just wanted to put that out there, full disclosure. But still love Lisa Frank products. Moving along. Yeah, I'm excited about teaching this semester. Shout out to the Capricorns. There's a lot of Capricorns in my life. Since the last time we was on the show, State Representative Andre Caro, his birthday was on New Year's Day. He's 35. Shout out to my lit brother George. He just had a birthday last week. He is 39 now. Shout out to my mom, whose birthday was on the weekend. 5'5". Shout out to my lit brother Josh, whose birthday was also this weekend on Sunday. He is, I think, 34 now, finally. Shout out to Anthony Phillips, City Council member Anthony Phillips, who is I think 36 now or 37. His birthday was on Sunday as well. And Dr. Parks, her birthday is coming up this week. So, we making plans. But yeah, I got Lit Brothers, we're getting all together to celebrate our two out of 4 of our Lit Brothers are Capricorns. I'm a Libra, of course. Jamarcus is a Cancer. And we got 2 Capricorns. So it's a nice little mix. So we're going to get together this week and celebrate as well. So we're excited about that. So some reviews I have. Things I was out in the street doing. My first big restaurant I went to this year of 2026 was Manong. This is the Filipino Outback Steakhouse concept that's in Fairmont that everyone's been talking about. I went with Candace. She made plans, and I had a lovely dinner with her and her 2 cousins. I guess that's the new unofficial cousin Candace, but the 4 of us had dinner. It was myself and 2 of her 2 cousins, and it was a very fun dinner. We had everything off the menu. We got to meet Chan's Ans, who is the owner. He also owns Tabachoy, which is in South Philly. He owns that restaurant as well. This restaurant is a lot more casual. Tabachoy is casual, but it's a more higher level Filipino. This is a little bit more comforty Filipino inspired. They have a burger on there that was really good. It's more familiar foods. The food was good. A fun restaurant. We had a good time. We had the little attempt of the bloomin' onion they did. But very casual, very spacious. I liked the food. The food was reasonably priced. The portion sizes were not the biggest, but not the smallest either. It was fairly good. I definitely enjoyed it. I definitely think it's worth checking out if you're looking for something new. The one thing I will say is that they're calling themselves a Filipino, Outback Steakhouse. And me and the girls were like, where's the steak? I just don't understand why the concept is steakhouse right now, because I was expecting to see steak. I think they had maybe 1 steak on the menu, or was it a special? But there was no steak. And I didn't understand why they kept saying the word steakhouse. And I don't know if they were playing off of the Outback Steakhouse thing. But my whole mindset is Outback Steakhouse actually has a whole steak section on their menu. Yes, they have other things, burgers and other dishes, but they actually have steak. And so this restaurant's been open for a couple of months, so I'm not being too hard on them on that perspective. But that was a little bit of a, hey, where's the beef? Now, other things on the menu were good. I mean, we had, what did I eat? I had this really great pork belly dish that was on a foie gras sauce. And there was a really good chicken that Candace had. And there was a really good fish dish that someone else had. But there was a lot of great dishes in general. They had a really great lumpia, this long-ass lumpia roll. The burger was fun. Everyone kept hyping up the burger. The burger was good, you know. I know Philly is really trying to make burgers a thing right now. They're trying to really, everyone's trying to have the burger, which no shade. I mean, listen, the best burger in Philadelphia, I know everybody's going to say Franklin, Fountain Porter. I mean, it's a cheap burger. It's good. But I think original burger wise, like memorable, it's River Twice, y'all, the Mother Rucker, of course. If you've not had it, they only serve it on Mondays, I believe. They don't serve it every day. But that is the burger. I'm still remembering it. Me and my homegirl Lauren went a couple years ago, and we did like a tasting menu, and then they threw in the burger. It was like this tasting menu, and we tried it. That's a burger. Like when I think of an original burger in Philadelphia, the Mother Rucker is the burger. Now there's some other places that got good burgers as well. And I, you know, as the editor, the former editor, Eater Philly, you know, I've been had burgers all throughout Philadelphia. So I know my burgers, but I feel like everyone's trying to jump on this burger bandwagon. And, you know, I'm just like, I see it, but I don't. So I'm thinking about some places that have good burgers, right? Like I'm thinking about some of the places that I personally like. Lucky's Last Chance, Jaffa Bar has a really good burger that I enjoyed. The Middle Child Clubhouse burger is cool. A Kitchen's burger is definitely very memorable. I liked Royal Boucherie's burger when I had it. Khyber Pass Pub has a nice pub burger. Monk's Cafe, pretty damn good. River Twice is just always going to be the best. Fountain Porter is also, you know, up there. But yeah, I know everybody's trying to do their own burgers. I know everybody's got these different ones, but like I think, was it Campar? Campar has a burger that everybody's talking about. But I just, you know, it's only so many things you can do with a burger, y'all. Like, that's kind of how I feel about cheesesteaks. Like, everybody's trying to do their own little cheesesteak thing. It's like, you know, there's a couple of good ones, and everything else is like, you know. I don't necessarily know. Like, I don't, even with pizza in Philadelphia, like, I feel like people try to make pizza a thing, but pizza's in the industry is having a really weird phase, and people are trying to understand what's going on with pizza. I think what's happening with pizza just in general is that because we have not, like, okay, I have a very interesting conspiracy theory. This might be a little problematic, and some people might get their feelings hurt, but oh well. Was pizza ever really that good, or was it forced upon us because of the fact that it was one of the only mainstream delivery food items that we could get? Like, that's how I feel about Chinese food, like some of this delivery Chinese food. Listen, I like pizza. Let me be very clear. I do like pizza. But to hear that the pizza industry is suffering right now, I think the reason why is because now with the Uber Eats culture and the delivery services, everybody has got it on the delivery wave post the pandemic. And now the question becomes, well, damn, I can order Thai food tonight. Like, I could get delivery. I could get a cheesesteak delivery. I could get these other things easier and efficiently. Like, most of the time, you know, before the pandemic, a lot of this was carry out. You had to drive up and pick up stuff. And if you wasn't trying to do that, baby, it was just basically pizza and Chinese. Like, I grew up when I was younger, and it was just like basically pizza and Chinese. Like, no one ever thought that you could get, you know, McDonald's or other places. I mean, you know, this is when I was little, to get delivered. You know, that was driving. So when you was late at night, you basically could either order pizza or Chinese food for the most part. So now we're in an era where everybody's on to the delivery. Like, there's a delivery service that will give you Indian food, Thai food. And so now that you have options, do you really want pizza? Y'all, the last time I ordered pizza was the last time I ordered pizza was a couple of weeks ago. It was actually during my winter break. There was a little snowstorm, and I told you all Angelo's that has incredible cheesesteaks. We wanted to try. I don't eat cheesesteaks all the time. I get cheesesteaks maybe 3 times a year. I really don't eat them that often, but when I do, I'm very selective. So Mr. Johnson was craving a cheesesteak, and we also was like, oh, we should get some pizza. So it was a snow day. We got Angelo, so we got the pizza, the grandma's pie, which is phenomenal, by the way, and we got a cheesesteak, and we split the cheesesteak. So I'm like Martha Stewart nowadays. Like, I'm one of the girls where I eat like, I try not to overindulge, making some good progress. So we had the pizza and we split a cheesesteak. So much for overindulging, but still. Because, back in the day, baby, I used to eat a cheesesteak and half a pizza. I knew I had to throw down, but I'm trying to be responsible. So I had half the cheesesteak and I had some of the pizza, and then we reheated the next day. So what's funny was that the only reason why we got that pizza was because it was Angelo's. Like, we would have not gotten Papa John's or anything like that. Like, this man is very picky about his pizza. He likes Emmy squared he likes, and he likes Santucci's. And of course, Angelo's pizza, which don't sleep on the pizza, y'all. The pizza is great. I actually like the pizza more than the cheesesteak, but the cheesesteak is very good too. But I like their pizza personally more than their cheesesteak, but I do think the cheesesteak is good. Let me just be clear about that. I don't think the last time I ordered pizza was probably 2 years before that. Like, we don't really order pizza. We really don't. Maybe once a year. But listen, when I was in college, baby, that was all I was getting. Okay, I was right there on 40th. I used to go to the Papa John's right there on Chestnut, on 40th and Chestnut sometimes. But real pros know that the best pizza around University City, for those who don't know, is MJ's Pizza, or NJ's Pizza, which is at Smokey Joe's. Is it Smokey Joe's? Yeah, Smokey Joe's. Smokey Joe's is that bar. That's that college pub bar that's right there, right next to my nail parlor, Lux Nails, and that Hip City Veg, and that Qdoba right there, that little strip. So you know that strip right there on 40th and Walnut, and right there's adjacent to that Panera Bread and Cinemark. So you see that little strip. Smokey Joe's is right there. They have the best pizza in University City. I think they do sometimes do delivery. I don't know where you can order it from. But Smokey Joe's, or NJ's Pizza, ENJAYS, that is the best pizza in University City. Okay? When I crave pizza, I think of them if I don't order. But nowadays I don't get them as often, but they have the best pizza in University City if you really want something local, hyper local. When I found out about that, I started ordering from them. Papa John's, I really eat Papa John's. Like, I think the only time I eat Papa John's is like if it's at somebody else's spot and then it's like there. But really don't do Papa John's, Domino's, all of them. I really don't do the commercial that much. But anyway, I think that's what's happening. I think that's why the pizza industry is going through this weird phase right now, because people have other options and people are not chasing for pizza. Now, I will say I wonder what that looks like in other cities, because Philly, we just got so many options. Major American cities, I can see the decrease. New York City, I mean, they just love them some pizza. And Chicago love them some pizza. So I can imagine it's different for them anyway. But I feel like across the board, the days of just ordering pizza is just not as common because you can order other things. And also, one thing I will mention, I don't know why I'm delving into this topic like this, but I'm passionate about it, I suppose. When I was younger, it was hard to know which pizza you wanted to order because there were so many good deals. But I'll tell you something, leftover pizza, having to just keep going through pizza like that, it was like you had to stretch that John. Like 12 slices of a large pizza. Because you didn't want to waste any money and get a little small, medium pizza. Like, no one does that. They're not even going to deliver that. You have to have like a certain minimum. There used to be like a $20 minimum you have to do with pizza. So you have to buy the pizza, buy some wings, buy breadsticks and shit. Get a 2-liter, like all the unhealthy practices. But like, when I used to do that, I remember Abel and I would be very generous. I'm like, yo, I can't eat all this. And you have to hope that the person can eat the toppings. Because see, Philly, y'all eat pork like that. That's the thing too. Now, I don't mind beef pepperoni, okay, and beef sausage, but woo, you all do not like pork. So it's a barrier. Like, I learned that when I was like teaching and doing after school programs. Like, oh my goodness, you had to get beef sausage. And I don't have an issue with that. I know people are Muslim and people have dietary restrictions, so there's no judgment there. But I remember I made the mistake of thinking I'm going to do a party for these kids, and I got a pepperoni and sausage pizza. they said, Mr. Ernest, we can't eat this. I'm like, what you mean? They were like, it's got pork. We can't eat pork. I was like, oh shit. So moving forward, I just got cheese pizza for the kids. But I had to give that pizza away. And then some of that pizza I took home. But man, just the process of having to because I don't believe in wasting food. Okay. I eat not, want not, waste not. Okay. We don't do that over here. But trying to get through a box of pizza, it's tough. Even the Angelo's pizza I bought, I had my little spiel, but I was like, that's it. I don't want any more. But I had to, go through it. So, yeah, pizza's nothing to play with. So, overall, though, I like Manong. I think it's fun. I just think if you're there for steak, because you've read reviews about it being a steakhouse, as of the time of the recording of this podcast, I have not seen that much steak on that menu. So, I just want to make sure expectations are tempered. I went to see Suffs the Musical at Ensemble Arts at the Academy of Music. Wow. Now, I was impressed. I did not expect. Me and my good Judy Nina went to see the musical. It is a new musical. It was on Broadway in 2024. It won some Tonys. This came direct from Broadway. They're on a national tour. So this is a very new musical. It brings the American women's suffrage music to the stage. It basically tells the story of the fight for women's right to vote. And it's a very nuanced story. Ida B. Wells, Black women, and their thoughts about white women and feminism. Not feminism, because feminism wasn't the term, but the way in which white women were advocating for this compared to other communities. And Black women's thoughts. There are some really great performances, great dialogue. It's an incredible book. That's the word, script is what they say in Broadway. It's an incredible script, an incredible story. The music, the songs, everything had a really good rhythm and pace. I really enjoyed it. It was really good. I kid you not. I would go see it again. If you have not heard about this musical, if you want to go see a good show, it's good for kids, it's good for families, it's good for just individual watching. Suffs, and that's short for suffragettes. Suffragettes. So it's SUFFS. It is currently on Broadway from January, right now, until January 18th. So you only got a couple more days, but I highly recommend it. They've had a nice run. They're still here until January 18th. So it's not too late to get tickets. Go check it out. Ensemble Arts at the Academy of Music downtown. I have been trying new products. Y'all been talking about my face and, all the things. For Christmas, it came in after the time of I reported my show. My baby, my Hizoo. Hizoo, Hizoo. Hizoo. That's what it's called, the Hizoo. It is a beautiful device, and it's working wonders. It's a neck massager, but it does more than just neck. No pun intended. It delivers really great relief from stress, tension, and headaches. What I really like about it is that it really feels like real hands. You can, it has a neck and shoulder massage aspects, and it also can provide red light heat energy to neck area while it performs this. What can I say about this product? I'm a big fan. It is incredible. It is massaging my lymphatic nodes and is draining out excess water that's in my face. I really enjoy the comfort. It has definitely improved my posture. It's definitely improved my overall skin quality from the neck and the face. I have seen some results personally. Because the lymphatic nodes, those are everybody has lymph nodes on your face and around your parts of your body. When you massage certain areas, it helps restrict whatever excess water and tension is in the jaw area and the neck area. So when you get in massages in those areas, that helps allow for fluids and other things held up in those nodes to be released. Water and other products. I mean, you got nodes all throughout your body, right? This is also good for your immune health because lymphatic nodes also detect, wellness, overall wellness. So if they're sore, if the climate is changing, this can impact your overall body temperature and other elements like your overall wellness. And so making sure that you're massaging those nodes, making sure that you're active and you're doing activity. If you're moving around, you're moving your body, you're stretching, you're doing things, those nodes are being activated. But sometimes certain aspects of your body aren't getting that activation. So the Hazu does that around the neck area because people are not typically massaging shoulders and neck, not on a regular basis. Now I get a massage every month, a really good deep tissue, Himalayan sea salt, hot stone, but the way that I work, I don't want to have tech neck, which is basically when you're looking at your phone, your laptop, your neck is always moving in a certain direction and stays in a stationary position. That builds tension and friction in those areas, and it's not good. The Hazu, doing this on a daily basis, it has an automatic timer. It massages automatically for 10 minutes. It releases the stress. It releases the friction. It releases excess water in the face so you're not so puffy. It helps with that type of drainage. It helps with all of that. And it's just a really good stress reliever. And so anytime I can get a device that is non-invasive, meaning that I don't have to get injections and I don't have to do any surgical things, I'm always looking for those non-invasive, tools and things. And I think they're just fun, right? None of these things replace a doctor or a chiropractor, any of those things, right? Always get medical assistance, always do that. But this is just another fun, enjoyable tool that can help make a nice, comforting experience, right? I think sometimes people want to be devout evangelists for a particular product or a skincare product or something. Remember that these are all tools in lockstep with overall wellness. So here's the thing. I have to tell somebody this up front. I have to keep it 1,000 with them. Or as Taylor Swift say, keep it 100 on the land, the sea, the sky. Anyway, I'm keeping it 1,000. There's this guy who I was talking to about skincare, and he was saying to me, like, oh, I'm trying to work on my skincare. I need to work on this or whatever. And I had to say to him, listen, you're smoking and you're binge drinking on a regular basis. Like you go out late at night, you're not properly sleeping. You got these great products, but if you're not, taking care of your overall health, those products can only do so much. So when y'all look at me and say, oh, the skin flawless, you this, you that, like I put up my picture of me and Anthony Phillips, it was from 2012. Baby, that was like over 13 years ago. It's about to be 14 years this spring. That picture of us, people looked at that and said, wait a minute, what in the Benjamin Button is going on? Let me tell you, this is what it looks like to sleep. This is what it looks like to not excessively drink. I'm not saying you can't drink, because I drink. Now I know that, FDA, all these guidelines keep changing, and you got Dr. Oz out here talking about drinking is social lubricant, which is really a weird term to say. But you got all these different changes happening with the diet. You got Robert, RFK, Jr. out here talking about fats and oils and tallow, beef tallow and shit. Like, it's a lot of crazy stuff being said out here in the health and wellness world. But what I can say is that general hydration, reducing any smoking, high caffeinated beverages, sleep deprivation, any of those things do not help and aid and assist with skincare. It don't. If you binge drinking, all those things, that's going to create bags in the eyes. That's going to create all types of stuff, with the skin quality, the skincare quality. So the products the products enhances it. Look at these things as enhancements, supplementary, like they supplement what you're already doing. Yes, I have good genes. That's what I've been told, Dr. Parks. Dr. Parks says you have good genes. I do. superior genes, we're not going to get Sydney Sweeney with it. But I guess she's saying that genes play a role in whatever my attraction is, right? I get that. But I will say that there are people in my family who have these same genes and are not taking care of their skin in the way that I am. And it's not, they're not looking the best that they can possibly look because they're not doing the right things. Like they smoke a lot, they do other things, and I don't smoke. I drink, but I drink casually. I do keep up a skincare regimen. Like, you have to preserve the beauty. You got to preserve the sexy. You just can't just walk around and be like, I was born like this. Yeah, you was born with it, but you got to maintain it. You just can't think that it's going to just, continue to keep you as you deteriorate it internally, externally. So make sure that you preserve your beauty. Make sure you preserve your hair, your edges and stuff. It's maintenance. It's consistent education and trying new things and figuring out what works and figure out that don't work. I feel like I have a very good skincare regimen and system that I've been working on for the past year. I've incorporated new products and certain things in the mix, but I have a really good flow going. And so the goal is for those out here who want to invest in skincare, educate yourself on devices that can help aid in that, right? The things that are not necessarily topical, but are helpful to the wellness. Like, I keep it 100 for you, with you. Being able to not have a very stressful work environment. Like, the work that I do can be stressful, but my work environment and the strata to which I'm involved in does not give me stress. And Mr. Johnson, okay, now that he does not work in City Hall and he's his own, PR entrepreneur and business owner, he looks good. Like, he is looking good. He's always looked good, but like, he is, I think part of it is because he does not have that stress of that profession. Stressing can put age on you. Stressing can do it. And I think his complexion is more clear. I think that his skin has been just maturing and just he just looks good. I mean, if you have not seen him, he's got a nice skincare regimen. He's doing the things, but he's also able to have that time to invest in that, right? Everybody, I get it. There is privilege in certain ways, that time investment and management, that everybody don't have the time to take time to let serum, get in the skin or whatever, But if you're going to wash your face, though, just invest in, we should all be washing our asses and washing our face on a regular basis. Okay? So if you are going to do it, just use good products and be mindful about how you're eating and how that's impacting it. If you are trying to achieve certain skincare goals, right? You want to reduce acne, you want to reduce redness, you want to do all these different things. There has to be other habits that has to cease. The product cannot do it on its own. Just washing your face with a product and doing the moisturizing and the serums, all that stuff, and the toning, all of that is great. But if everything else is not together, it won't matter. And that is really a metaphor for this show, for so many different things, right? People not putting their business in order, and that's creating the chaos that they are trying to eradicate. Okay? There's a theme here. There's a theme here for sure. So, yeah. This week, my media appearances, I had the pleasure and honor of being a guest on Miss Patty Jackson's show to promote book 2, which, again, the details are there. The new era is here, and it was a great honor. And on my season 2 premiere of On the Record with Ernest on 96.1 FM, 900 AM, Progressive Black Talk Media, my first guest of 2026 was none other than Sheriff Rochelle Bilal. Some of you all are probably gagging. I am too. You know that I have been my investigative work, I've been very much digging deep into her office and some of the, allegations and concerns that have come out of that office. But what she's done this past weekend, as many of you all have noticed, you don't want this smoke, she says. This is what she says to ICE. She says, criminal in the White House. She's standing on business. I reached out for an interview. She accepted. We had a very great conversation. The episode is now live. You can go to the link in my bio to listen to it. You can go to ernestowens.com where you can listen to all the playlists of all the previous episodes, including the most recent episode that I did with Sheriff Rochelle Bilal for On the Record with Ernest Owens. But we're going to talk more about that interview and how she comes to play with a lot of the things that are going on in the city right now and beyond. But before we get to that, we got some hot topics. So, a new year, a new season of Trumpian madness. And it's going to continue to be like this until he is out of office. I don't believe this man knows what a New Year's resolution is. I don't think a New Year's resolution as in sense of reform, no. But there seems to be a lot of changes happening. For starters, I would be remiss if I did not talk about what happened in Minnesota. Renee Nicole Good, a white woman, a mother, shot in cold blood by an ICE agent, who shot her in the head and then killed her and then referred to her as a stupid bitch. Or do something, bitch, is what some people had said they saw on the camera. A fucking bitch. Worse. The shooter, the agent who killed her, his name is Jonathan Ross. This has been an unfortunate situation. She was a poet. It didn't have to happen. It didn't have to happen at all. This is what ICE is doing in Minnesota. The same state where George Floyd, same city actually, Minneapolis, where George Floyd was killed over 5 years ago. Now officials are calling for the federal government, Minnesota officials are now calling for the federal government to let these state agents help investigate this shooting. I think that the information that we're hearing from Kristi Noem, who's over Homeland Security, the narratives are not sticking. She's in interviews with Jake Tapper on Sunday, trying to lie and claim that this woman was attacking him, which wasn't true. She did not get out the car, attack. She was unarmed. This was all preventable. And now there has been protests all across the country, including Minneapolis, where there are thousands over the weekend that have been in the city protesting and demanding justice. This is where Tim Walz is the governor. He recently announced that he's not running for re-election due to a lot of the other additional controversy. There's a lot going on in Minnesota right now. Nonstop. Trump has his sights completely set on Minnesota. From all of the very bigoted remarks that he's made about Somalians, the whole child care propaganda, there's just a lot going on over there. And Jacob, the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, he's standing down, 10 toes down, speaking up and, calling it bullshit. A lot of conversations being had. Now, let me be very clear. There is conversation that there was some fraud going on in Minnesota, but nothing that rises to this big scandal. And now the hyper politics of it has made Tim Walz not want to run for re-election as governor, so he's no longer running for governor of Minnesota. But Mayor Frey has been defending his city, standing up against ICE, standing on business, referring to DHS Secretary Nome, who has just been lying out her teeth the entire time. Kristi Noem is the Secretary of Homeland Security. But the incompetence of that office and what people have called her Ice Barbie, is what they're saying, has been even worse. Trump has doubled down on it. There's a lot going on. For those who are still counting, when we last did this show at the end of season 9 in 2025, there was no Venezuelan attacks. Now, the Venezuelan country, the last time we talked, has been, quote unquote, taken over by the U.S. The Department of Homeland Security has now said that 2 people were shot by federal agents in Portland, allegedly because they were associated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Agra, though they have not offered any evidence. It's obvious that the Trump administration is focused on oil. Their big thing is that they want oil. This is an opportunity they think will be desirable to companies who are looking for details surrounding this. The times we live in right now, there's a lot of uncertainty. And in this day and age, we got to be more strategic. We cannot continue to pretend that this is normal. It can be stressful, by all means. But to be acting like we're shocked. I saw someone on social media recently that was talking about how there were some progressives and people that were so angry, that was telling people not to vote for, they were asking tough questions, asking about, there was a narrative of, oh, we're not going to support Kamala Harris because of Palestine. And there was a narrative of, there's genocide and all these things, which I understand people's concerns. By all means, what's happening in Gaza. But have you noticed that there's not been much media attention about Gaza? Have you noticed that a lot of those progressives that were demanding that people be uncommitted and not vote or to vote for Jill Stein, which I've been begging the question, where is Jill Stein? People say that apparently people were like, oh, she's been protesting and she's been around. I'm like, yeah, but that's all she went back to being, is just another protester, like she don't got any connection. She didn't mobilize these voters to take bigger, stronger action. I'm just trying to understand. She runs for president every 4 years. At this point, she is just someone who is taking votes away from the Democratic Party. People consider her to be maybe a potential Russian bot, in the sense of that, is her real purpose is to actually, where does she think she's taking votes from? She's not taking votes from Trump, so she's arguably taking votes from the next person who is on the left, right? Which would be the Democratic nominee. I can't take her seriously, because in a world where people are questioning the legitimacy of actual Black women in politics, who's actually doing the work, who's actually building coalitions, who's actually fundraising legitimate money, if people can question their eligibility to win in certain primary races, like Jasmine Crockett, for example, why is there no energy for the people like the Jill Steins? Why is no one actually telling Jill Stein to step her game up every time she runs every 4 years? But these are the political games being played. These are the lies that's being told. And time after time, we find ourselves back where we started. It's frustrating. There's been a lot going on. There's going to be a special election in Georgia on March 10th for Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat. She's officially out of Congress. Trump's out here trying to acquire Greenland. The director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is being real quiet and MIA on what's going on with Venezuela, even though she's the director of national intelligence. It's a lot. You know, Trump's pulling out of the U.S. He's announcing that he's taking the U.S. out of international organizations while he's invading countries right now. Even messier is that the man thinks he still has a shot of getting the Nobel Peace Prize from the current winner, Maria Corina Machado, claiming that he's going to accept this award that she has decided she wants to share with him. Mind you, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, that's been around for years, over 100 years, in their history, has never allowed anyone to give their award. But this woman's capitulating. And mind you, she's in Venezuela. There's people that are trying to suggest that she should be the next leader. And so, in many ways, giving him this Nobel Peace Prize, I wonder, is this a stunt for her to try to get that leadership? Nobel Peace Prize says that's not possible. You cannot give your prize to someone else. But in the midst of the nonsense with this man, he has suffered this week significant Republican deflections on House and Senate votes. On Thursday, the Senate advanced a bipartisan measure, and this is being reported by the Washington Post, that they advanced a bipartisan measure to block the Trump administration from further military action in Venezuela. 5 Republicans, 5, joined the Democrats following the White House's capture of Venezuela, the Venezuela president. They took the president, y'all, Maduro. They took him out of his country. Now, he's a dictator. And I've said this before, 2 things can be true. I got a little viral on it. Got some attention from other people all across the country and elsewhere because I had to say, that, hey, I get that there's people celebrating the streets. By all means, I don't live in Venezuela. I understand, right? I know this is about oil, okay? We know that. But I did say, when all this went down early this month, that this is about oil. President Trump is doing this because of the Venezuela oil. Also, 2 things can be true. It's good that a dictator is not in power. But it's bad that a U.S. president inserted themselves in doing so without approval of Congress. Because that would be considered a dictatorship from the country trying to stop it elsewhere. That's true. I stand on that. And so does clearly some of these Republicans. Now, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who isn't my favorite person right now, but he's a Democrat, he said public sentiment in terms of how Trump is behaving as president, what he's doing as president, keeps sinking and sinking and sinking, and our Republican colleagues realize that. But it should also be noted that Trump also survived House votes to overturn 2 of his vetoes, which requires 2/3 of the chamber. But at least 24 Republicans voted with Democrats to defy his will, demonstrating a greater willingness than seen last year to buck their party's president. Now, after those votes, House Democrats, with help from Republicans, as reported, this is being reported by the Washington Post, passed the bill to extend expired Enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies. So 17 Republicans support the measure, which would need to pass the Senate before becoming law. Now, this Republican in Montana named Ryan Hinkie, he had voted to override President Trump's veto of the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act. He says, we can agree or disagree. I'm never disagreeable with Trump. It's not the first time I've disagreed with the president. I never make it personal. Listen, y'all, they're feeling the heat. This year, we're dealing with the midterms, right? These congressional seats are up. There are several of these Congress people who's going to have to go back to their state and explain why healthcare might be in shambles. Explain why Republicans are getting in foreign affairs. This is not the Reagan doctrine. Reagan was laissez-faire. Do y'all remember that? History, where are my civic studies? History students. Laissez-faire, a hands-off approach. Mind your business. America first. Don't get your ass up in other people's business. That is what the Reagan doctrine stated. It was a laissez-faire approach. It was no hands, hands off. They are putting hands in. Reagan is somewhere rolling in his grave. He's looking at Trump like, wait a minute, you done took my slogan, make America great again, but you are making America broke again. MABA, make America broke again. It's not mega. It's not great. It's never been great with them. I mean, it's making America grieve again, but it's definitely not making America great. Reagan is somewhere probably rolling his grave. It's looking like, what the hell are you doing? The Republicans are beginning to wake up and recognize this is not what we voted for. Well, I could have told you that. Listen, once a liar in a comment, always a liar in a comment. But you know, people think they special. They thought that, oh, he wouldn't do it to us white folks. Well, he done did it to all the black and brown people. So now he is looking for white people to do it too. So now he's going after poor white folks. He's going for people who have less power than him. And now he is about to abuse his authority. Congratulations, you played yourself. The sad part is I really can't say congratulations because we're all getting played because of it. So Democrats, for the most part, are pushing back against these ICE raids. You know, like I said earlier, you know, Jacob Frey is holding it down. Tim Walz, even though he's not running for re-election, is standing ground. Mamdani, where this Venezuela dictator, this president was taken into his city, he has made it very clear that little honeymoon that Trump tried to have with him, that honeymoon has quickly ended. The Chicago mayor, standing on business. Everybody is talking, except one mayor, but we'll get to her in a minute. But they're standing their grounds. They're speaking up. They're saying, we're not gonna take it. Which was a rock song, a soft rock song that was a Republican anthem. But the energy is being reclaimed by Democrats. Democrats are trying to find their place in all of this. And they're pushing back. They're pushing back in Congress, getting some bipartisan shit done, but they're also publicly speaking out. The fear is beginning to melt. Trump's got to feel it. Trump's got to feel that pressure. He's got to. Yeah. Now, a lot of you all wanted to ask me what I thought about what's going on in Texas, but specifically the drama regarding Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who is in a Senate bid right now in Texas. That there's a podcast called La Culturalists, which is interesting because the two people are not Latino. But Bowen Yang and Matt Rogers, two gay men. Bowen Yang is Asian, Matt Rogers is just white. They got a podcast. I never really listened to it because I always just find there is just a culture of anti-blackness in queer spaces that, regardless of whether they are of color or not, there is just this level of anti-blackness in the LGBTQ community in these mainstream spaces that are just hard to shake. And I'm not talking outside of my neck. As a Black queer millennial who was an editor of a prestigious LGBTQ publication in Philadelphia, G Philly, which was the LGBTQ section of Philly Mag. Fun fact, I am celebrating 10 years at Philadelphia Magazine this month. 10 years, yes, a decade, right? And this was my first job at the magazine. I was the LGBTQ editor before I moved on to other positions. But even in that space, even with my position and even with my role, I was always reduced to a second-class citizen by predominantly white and non-Black LGBTQ folks. I mean, even some of it was in the Latino community. Like, There was a level of colorism. I mean, Asian, like there was a lot of otherness surrounding black people. You were either fetishized because you was black, and it was a whole, pornographic was it BBC, big black cock, that whole fetish of black men. So either you were tokenized and fetishized in a hypersexual way, or when you did not express any interest in being a token or being any type of commodity to these men, specifically these men, you were then disrespected, disregarded, and subjected to microaggressions up and down. And so that was my experience in those spaces. That is why you don't see me go to a lot of the Philly Pride events. I don't really get involved in it, really. I am gay. I'm, 365. But how I interact with queer people and how I find community, I find it often with other black queer people. Now, that doesn't mean I go to Philly Black Pride, because that's, moving along. But I do find community, with the Lit brothers. We're all black queer men, okay? Other people in politics, other people in my networks, we build community, okay? We don't necessarily need there to be an established, dictated date, location. Like, we just gay, and we just gonna be who we gonna be where we go. And we have great people, accomplices, and folks that are not queer that respect us and support us and let us be and embrace who we are. It's not just about acceptance and toleration. We're at embrace. And so I feel secure in who my identity is and how I express it, regardless of what other folks in my quote unquote community, in parentheses, might feel and say. And I think the older I've gotten, the more I realize that this manufactured desire to create community is what you make of it. Community is what you bring of it. And we got to start recognizing that. Identity alone does not create a community. Community has norms. Community has customs. Community has culture. And this mainstream LGBTQ community, quote unquote, is not one that I fit in, to be honest. I don't. There's a lot of racism. There's a lot of transphobia. There's a lot of sexism. There's a lot of anti-blackness that I just can't rock with. And so when people like the straights love to send me some shit about, oh, you going to this Pride Parade? Child, you will have more fun there than I will, child. There's nothing there for me. Not in Philadelphia. It's not for me. And listen, for those who are young, that are exploring, they're trying to figure themselves out, I'm not saying that people can't find value in it. But at the level that I'm in my career, my notoriety, my visibility, it is a very cutthroat, jealous, envious, messy-ass space. And I am very protective of the black youth, queer youth in those spaces, because there are people who are predators. And I'm not talking about sexual predators, by all means. That's not what I'm going to. I'm talking about vultures that will exploit their identity, exploit their selves. Have y'all noticed that there is a consistent recycling and exploitation of black LGBTQ talent in the city? I feel like every year they prop somebody up only to take them down or dispose them. I can tell you how many black trans women that have been propped up in leadership positions and chair seats and nonprofits in this community, only to be resigning and excommunicated within a year because the terms to which they showed up, they were not expected to speak. They were only meant to be seen, okay? Ogled, fondled, but not to be actually respected. And the ones who do maintain are at a level of notoriety, financial stability, and support where they can't be easily knocked off. But so many of them do. I've seen them chew people up and spit people out. They do it to black trans women. They do it to black queer men. You will see a rising star, some young person coming in, trying to do something different. They'll put them in a position that they may or may not be that fully qualified for, gas them up, give them a bunch of awards, and then automatically one thing goes left, they get thrown out. I could just name the names of people they've done this to. Selena Morrison, Ty Brown. We've seen that happen to him recently. Alex Deering. It's so many that I could just name. I ain't trying to put all these girls out there. I ain't trying to put everybody T out there. But if you pay close attention and you ask yourself, where are these people that you see as once grand marshals and things, where they go in a year or something? The lifeline is shortened. It's not to say they're not in the community, because they're in the community per se, but the level of mainstreamness, the level of propping up, and there's people I see they're doing that too right now. I ain't gonna say his name, but there's one particular Black queer man that is in his early 40s that I see them propping up in a certain type of way. And it's only a matter of time before that situation goes left, because it always do. They never did that with me because I never allowed them to. People like Malcolm Kenyatta, he's allowed himself not to. He has been someone who maintained relationships. He's interesting because he kind of came more into the gay community when he had an interest in politics. But prior to that, he built a reputation and connections based off of straights, because he's connected to politicians. He related to a former, his predecessor is his cousin, Curtis Thomas. So he's an anomaly. Andre Carroll is another anomaly. He's a Black gay, state rep, but his bringing into the community came after he was a rep. He was never really embraced by the nonprofits and the LGBTQ community in Philly. Even though he's a Black gay man, he's been openly gay. He's not hiding it, y'all. But he was never fully embraced by them. Now they try to throw him little trinkets and give him little things, but it's very clear that he is of the community, but not in the community, if that makes sense. And I think that's a smart move by him, if I do say so myself. I think that's a very smart move of him too, because they're catty. Mark Siegel wants to be the queen bee all the time. If you don't do it the way he wants you to do it, you become an enemy, and he works actively to try to excommunicate. That's the real gatekeeping. There was some gay gatekeepers when I was in those community spaces. When I'm keeping it 1,000 this part. Like, Mark Siegel is so problematic, but he's well respected, right? He was at Stonewall. I mean, listen, I cannot discredit his activism back in the day. But y'all, it's been over 50 years. This man is still centering himself in the movement and wants to run it like there's not a new generation of people. He wants to be like the Bob Brady of the gay community. Like, you gotta kiss the ring. You gotta see him. I'll never forget in 2015, like, he has these holiday parties, and anybody who was gay in the community that wanted to be a leader or wanted to make an impact, there was a level where you had to go through him. So I went to the holiday party. I met him. Initially, the relationship was cool. The moment I became the LGBTQ editor at Philly Mag, he saw me as competition. It became a mess. He was gatekeeping. He was very much making calls. I mean, he was the only one. Mel Heifetz, who's this super multimillionaire donor, very, very rich man. I don't really see much of him around, but he was another one that would actively call people to stop me from advancing in certain things. When I was on the board of Equality Pennsylvania, he made a phone call to the executive director and basically threatened not to donate to them if I was still on the board. I was the vice chair. And quite frankly, if they would have taken me off that board based off of a phone call with no actual grounds, they would have been violating their bylaws, and I would have sued them. They didn't do it, of course, and that wasn't a thing. I feel like in retrospect that when it was brought to me, they almost was trying to suggest, and at that time, I think I was like the only Black person on the board. At that point, I had to recruit people. And I did recruit people. I recruited various people. Malcolm Kenyatta was one of the people who got on the board, and other people I recruited. But yeah, these were the nasty games they played. I can now tell this story because it was like 10 years ago. But yeah. Ugh. It was messy. It was very messy. But community is what you make of it. And so I say all this to say that what happened with La Culturas, these two guys, I'm a little disappointed in Bo and Yang. I will say that. I'm a little disappointed. Matt Rogers, not surprised. I'll leave that there. But basically, they got on their podcast, and here's the thing. You all know I've spoken about Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett and her bid, her Senate bid. I think that she's got, some real work that her campaign needs to do, and I think she's aware of that. And I acknowledge that. But I think what it is that I'm a political journalist. I study politics. If I have an opinion, I can root it in some legitimate facts. I can back it up based on, money, the climate. I know my things. And I also grew up in Texas. So I know Texas politics to a certain degree. These two ain't from Texas. They ain't never been to Texas. Their rationale for what the critique was quite telling. And, I want to be clear that they've now, I don't know if the word is apologized, but they have tried to cover their asses based on the pushback that they got. And there's been a lot of pushback. It's just been really nasty work across the board. And it's not about what you do, it's how you do it. But it was too much. Just way too much. So there's a segment they have on the podcast, which I don't really listen to it. It's called I Don't Think So, Honey, which they do a 1-minute rant. And, Rogers was going in on Gavin Newsom, talking about he needs to get his vocal surgery together if he wants to run for president. Just nasty work. And basically said they was turned off anytime a politician was making it too much about them, about themselves, which made him then go into Jasmine Crockett. It was a lot. He said, basically the duo together urged listeners not to donate to Jasmine Crockett's campaign. Basically said, and do not waste your money don't waste your money sending to Jasmine Crockett. Do not do it. Don't do it. You're going to waste your money. And Yang agreed with this, saying the money was hard to come by these days. Hard enough to come by these days. Yeah. It was not a good look. And part of the reason why is because further things he said was that he was implied that because Beto O'Rourke, couldn't win, he justified that that's the reason why she couldn't win. And I was at first like, well, are you saying Democrats can't win? Or are you specifically talking about her? Like, I'm just trying to understand, like, what makes her not electable? Especially given that you don't know the other person. And I thought that was very telling. It was very telling. So James Tarico is the white guy who is running against Jasmine Crockett. He's running for U.S. Senate. He doesn't really have a political background. We don't really know. He doesn't have the same level of name recognition and legislative experience that Crockett has. So in the conversation, Matt Rogers says, I just don't think Crockett can win. Beto tried to run. He didn't win. So I'm like, okay, maybe you're just not knowing who the other guy is. So you're just thinking that Crockett is the front runner. And so you're saying that a Democrat can't win because Beto couldn't win. He had an outsized personality. Okay, I can hear that, right? Because a Democrat has not won the Senate in a long time. So if you're critical if a Democrat could win, and you're thinking Jasmine Crockett, in my opinion, would be the front runner because she's got the most name recognition and she's raising some good money, I could hear that. That's a plausible argument. But that wasn't the argument, though. The argument was he didn't think Jasmine Crockett could win the Democratic primary for the seat. And then, even though he didn't know much about, Tallarico, goes, oh, well, he's different. I want to know more about him. But couldn't tell me why he thought he had a better chance. So was there, I want to understand the right reason. The white reason. Is there a white reason why you said that? Because I was trying to follow and now I've been gotten confused. And so Black people know what this is. We know what a dog whistle is. This was a racist dog whistle. I can't see any other way. Because what you was really trying to say is that if Beto O'Rourke couldn't win as this outsized, larger-than-life white male candidate, how does Jasmine Crockett think she can as a Black woman? He didn't say this, but it was being implied. Because now you're talking about James Tallarico, and you want to know Tallarico, but you want to know more about him because you feel like he's different. Oh, he's a different type of white man. You're not even considering anybody else in the race. You're thinking that, okay, Beto, that Jasmine Crockett is trying to run the same way that a white man ran. If he couldn't run that way and win that way, she can't win. So let me go with the white man who is, I don't really know much about him, mind you, he's saying this, but he seems to be more subtle and he might have the appeal. Say that. It's racist as fuck, but just say that because that's what you was implying. That's pretty much what you were saying. Again, you're not from Texas, clearly don't know much about politics, but here you go. So Yang and Rogers shared their apologies, even though I don't really feel like there was an apology. And I'll tell you why I will say that. Matt Rogers said, "Hey, everybody, I hear the response and I'm taking every bit of it to heart. I promise. Transparency and candor matter to me, especially on the podcast. I'm a very progressive person who cares deeply about winning these elections, but my phrasing was not right. I will be more thoughtful. I really do promise. I have great respect and admiration for Rep. Crockett, and I regret that my words suggested otherwise. I just want us to win, and I will be better at finding ways to help." I really don't consider that an apology, but I can understand people how they can frame it as that. An apology is when a person says sorry. I just don't hear the sorry. But, he expressed a level of regret. But it was short of an apology, but whatever. Well, Bowen Yang follows up and shares that and says, "Should not have curiously weighed in on this. I understand the platform and will use it more responsibly." Okay, a little bit better. But they've been exposed. They've exposed themselves for their complicit bias, an inherent bias in this. They've showed themselves. They revealed themselves. And now that I see it, I can't unsee it because now it makes me wonder how they feel about a lot of other things. But this is what I be saying. These non-Black gays, the subtlety of the racism shows in the sassiness. Like they love our aesthetic, but they don't like us. They love our culture, but they don't like us. Y'all seen Sinners. Y'all already know. Y'all knew before Sinners. But this is what it is. They will use our slang. They will hijack the cadence of our voice. They will do all the things, right? They love all that. Yes. And all the things that Black ballroom culture and Black trans women and Black queer men put their lives on the line for. And straight people do it too. Oh, y'all not exempt, please. Because if I hear another Black straight man say no shade, but then proceed to be homophobic, I'm going to flip a table. If I see more straight Black women continue to, cosplay and insert our vernacular and say, yes, you better work and all this shit, but then turn around and call straight men sassy and imply they're gay as if being gay is a bad thing, I'm going to have a problem too. Let's wake it up. Everybody's playing these games. And I need the straights to check themselves because this ain't really none of y'all business. I always tell one of my straight male friends, stay out of Black gay men's business. Because at the end of the day, y'all got enough issues of your own, but y'all love to get these conversations and weigh in. But you all, come on. You got cousins, boyfriends, spouses, homies, kids that be out here acting like that. And all y'all can say is that's just the way they is. Actually, no, it's not the fuck they are. People have to be raised homophobic. Nobody comes out the womb inherently homophobic. Okay? You raise them homophobic. You tell them, don't do that. And it kills me when I see straight women who claim that they're allies and accomplices and all the things play into this subtle homophobia around masculinity. Stop using the word sassy. Please stop using that word. Take it out your vernacular. Stop using it. Stop. We know that's code word for gay. Stop calling people gay if they're not identifying as gay. Because to use gay as a pejorative is homophobic. So when you say sassy, you're trying to suggest gay. You're trying to suggest femininity. Just say another word, right? Like, we can use our words. If a man is being short with you, just say, where's the animosity and hostility? Why are you being rude? Why are you being disrespectful? Why are you being condescending? Right? There are other words to say than trying to suggest gay, because you're conflating queerness with those mean virtues. And once again, you're vilifying gay people. Why am I in it? Why is that man got to be gay in order for you to believe that he's an abuser or rude or condescending? Why does there have to be a correlation? Why are you trying to make a false equivalency? Knock it the fuck off. Okay? Men that abuse women are not necessarily suppressing their homosexuality. Some of them are heterosexuals that just don't respect women, but are sexually attracted to women. Ever thought about that? Or is it hard for you to believe that there's a universe in which misogyny exists without a queer lens? Let's unpack that. I hear too much of it. I see straight men do it. They act like they are feminists when they say stuff like, oh, any man that want to hurt a woman got to be gay. Excuse me? I'm gay and I've never hit a woman and will never hit a woman. Leave us out of it. Keep us out your fucking mouth. Please. It's getting a little tired. It really is. It's really getting irky. It really is. I kid you not. Real talk. Real WAP. Please. Stop. We just gotta have a different standard. And I think it's time for us all to begin to be more vocal about those types of things. I think we let it slide too much, and that's why we find ourselves once again being reduced to second-class citizenship. Enough's enough. So those are my thoughts on that. There's been a lot of changes in the media ecosystem. The Pittsburgh Gazette is apparently shutting down for good. Yes, a local newspaper, Pittsburgh, a major paper, the Pittsburgh Gazette, is shutting down. They should be shutting operations down by May, by this spring, but this is not good. Anytime we lose a major publication of actual journalism, it creates a cesspool for misinformation and disinformation. And that's not good for anybody. I don't care if you don't like the paper. I don't care if you didn't like the reporters, but that's a red flag. That's a huge red flag. Democracy as we know it is under attack even more when we see local newspapers get shuttered. Now, I did hear that there were some labor issues and other financial issues that led to this, but it's not good. I mean, Pittsburgh is a pretty major city in Pennsylvania. For them not to have a newspaper like the Pittsburgh Gazette, that's tough. That is tough. Other things that are tough, CBS News, the national CBS Nightly News, is getting really awkward. It's some weird stuff going on over there. It's a crazy world we living in. You know, it's a crazy world we living in. I don't know what's going on, but it's not looking good. You know, I don't know what people thought, but this isn't it. It's an evil world we're living in. Okay? It's an evil world we living in, he said, Future said. Crazy world too, but it's an evil world we living in. That is a prophet right there who said that. It's a prophet. It's an evil world we living in. And we need to, do something about it. So CBS Nightly News, there was lots of blunders. The new host is just fucking up. Tony Dupoul, and I think it's Dokupoul. I haven't really, it was a chaotic week. A lot of people said that one of his biggest problems is that he's been making CBS Evening News all about him, and it's getting really awkward. I mean, it's a lot of ass kissing, and it's painful to watch. I think the ratings are going to take a hit. I think Bari Weiss is just, this is just not a good pick. Trying to both sides issues, trying to find the middle ground in situations that don't require it. I mean, he garbled literally for 90 seconds when talking about the 37-year-old mother, Renee Good, who got killed by that ice guy. He said, pretty much that people who want to see our immigration laws enforced legally and peacefully and with safety for all, calling both pro and anti-ICE police deeply American sentiments, asked viewers to, quote, find a way to live with people who are genuinely different from us and to make things better and keep things decent. I mean, just passive language, but missing the point of what was going on. And a lot of people are saying that the way that he's speaking is giving, quote unquote, Jerry Springer final thoughts vibes, where, when Jerry Springer says, how he ends the show and says, take care of yourselves and each other. It's giving that type of energy. Not Walter Cronkite, not Lester Holt, clearly. Just weird. I mean, just a lot of weirdness is going on. Yeah. This is where we're at with broadcast journalism. CBS Nightly News, the house that Cronkite built, legends like Edward Murrow, all of these individuals who were brave journalists that understood to speak truth to power. It's sad to see it, that on that national stage, it is being hit hard and is being perceived in a flawed manner. It's just not, it's not it. It's just not it. And it's terrible to watch. It's terrible to watch. This is the state we're in. This is the state that we're in. So now to local politics. Two interesting characters that, I got to see it through. So, for starters, let's get into Governor Shapiro. Governor Shapiro and Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis, they announced that they're running for re-election for their upcoming lieutenant gubernatorial races that is going to be this year. They don't really have, I don't believe there's a primary challenger, so the primaries are just going to cruise on by. But they're incumbents. They're the Democratic machine is backing them. There is going to be no one that's going to challenge Shapiro nor challenge Austin Davis. I mean, they're going to get the nomination. I don't have any concerns about that. They're gearing up to go against Stacey Garrity, who is the treasurer. Doug Mastriano dropped out the race, as what was expected. And so now, and he's not endorsing Stacey Garrity, which is the Republican who is running. So that was an interesting level event. She's currently the Pennsylvania treasurer. She's going to be a fight. Shapiro is going to have to really get serious. I mean, people have tried to dismiss her as a crazy mega, Trumper, all of that said, the woman has won statewide races. She has appeal. I mean, clearly, I don't plan to personally vote for her. But at the same time, the way that Shapiro was able to defeat Mastriano and fight back in previous years, that's just not this case. I think that I think he's going to win, but it is very hard to say what would these numbers look like, because these numbers are going to tell a very different story. And I think the problem with Shapiro is that sometimes he gets a little caught up in his own ego. This rally was in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. I have heard from sources connected to the campaign and people that were trying to go that they were a little pissed by who was in the room and who was not in the room. The room had a lot of social media influencers. We're going to talk a little bit about that later on in Ask Ernest. But there was a lot of concerns about community leaders. I mean, he had it somewhere around North Philly, and even someone of the likes of Pastor Carl Day, who is a big supporter who's been a supporter of Shapiro and has been in conversations with him, was not even invited to the rally, which is a very major glaring omission. But I've heard that similar stories of other people who were not involved. It's not a good look. But this is what he wants, and I just think that when I hear the stories of who was not in that room, I mean, like I said, like Pastor Carl Day, other community leaders and other people who were supposed to, they're in that area, that's in their neck of the woods. These are people that helped him win the first time. These are people that he's touted alongside the likes of people on these issues he claims he cares about. I see these pictures and then I see the shadiness behind the scenes. And I think he's really trying hard to establish a certain type of revamp this get shit done. He's really trying to trademark that and make that a thing. I mean, not legally trademark it, but GSD, get shit done. It's corny. And it kind of reminds me, I feel like he's always biting off of different people. So Gavin Newsom, for example, has been the kind of person that's really been kind of as far as presidential candidates go, been the most vulgar on the Democratic side. And I feel like Shapiro wants to give himself that kind of edge, but it just doesn't really land because he seems like a goody two-shoes. And so I don't know what this new energy he's trying to give, but it's like that Tom Cruise. When I see him, I think of Tom Cruise without the swag. He's like the swagless Tom Cruise. It's like the guy who tries hard, but Tom Cruise has a swag that allows him to get away with it because he could really be a little dorky. We really think about Tom Cruise, he could just be, he's kind of short in real life. He could be really dorky, but he's the guy who really does the damn thing, and he has a level of conviction that just makes him not be, I think Josh Shapiro kind of gives me a Tom Cruise energy, but he does not have the swag. He doesn't, I feel like that's his, in his head, I feel like that's who he's trying to embody, but with the Obama voice, which is gotten really corny and played out. And I think he's trying to establish his actual voice, which isn't as appealing, but it's just weird. And lately I've noticed that he's been going on the press junket. He was on MS Now. I can't say MSNBC anymore. It's MS Now. Talking about JD Vance. He's been really going after JD Vance because I think the narrative is that he's preparing to take on JD Vance in 2028. So he doesn't really talk much about Trump. He really focuses heavily on JD Vance because he wants to he sees it as a face-off. Okay. I just really feel bad for Austin Davis because I really admire Austin Davis. He was one of the first politicians to come on Ernestly Speaking. This is when he ran for a lieutenant governor. He had won his primary, and they were getting ready for the general. And he came on my show, and he was great. He was great. And one thing I also want to add about him is that he came on the show after he won, at a time where everyone and their mother was begging for his attention. And he honored a word. I reached out to him, and he showed up. And so I got a lot of respect for him. He's also Libra. Libra's just, we're just great. But also, another big thing that he did is that once he got elected, he honored his word and he followed up with me and my executive board of the Philadelphia Association of Black Journalists. When he lives in Pittsburgh, when he came to Philly, he set up a dinner. We was at the Capitol, was it the Capitol Grill? Yep. And my board and his team, him specifically, his team, sat down and talked to us and worked to get access for us within his particular office and administration. So I get Austin Davis press releases. I keep up with what he's got going on, whether it's the work that he's doing around clemency reform, but he's always been positive. He's always been very nice, genuine, just an overall good leader. His colleague in the governor's mansion, a very different person. And so, throwing a ticket. And so it's kind of one of those, I guess, not for Davis, but for Shapiro. It's kind of like, I feel like everybody's, like the people I talk to, they don't really care much for Shapiro. Like, there was a time where he was doing some things. I think he kind of crashed out and burned very quickly. Like, I mean, when he first was governor, he did the stuff with the highway. He did a lot of that work with, repairing that road. Great work. Great leadership. But I feel like it got to his head too fast. And I feel like he just really got very show horsey. And it's not to say he didn't do other things, but there's some issues. And it's just like the way that he handled the Palestinian protesters, the way that he handled the conversation on Penn's campus, my alma mater, really not good look. The situation with Godey, all of that just was really kind of not a good look. I mean, people want to talk about the Ellen Greenberg case. People want to talk about the situation around one of somebody's administration, the sexual harassment situation that involved a former employee, a conversation that he hasn't really talked about enough or has not really got into. There's speculation that he knew. It seemed like there was it was allegations that, he might have known and kind of wanted to just sweep under the rug and dip it. There's a lot of that talk. The Charlie Kirk flag raising last year, that for me was a moment of just what's going on. Like, just a lot of playing. And look, I know John Fetterman is not on anybody's favorite list around here. Definitely not mine. But one thing that Fetterman has been consistent about is that Josh Shapiro ain't it. And I don't really agree with much of the things that Fetterman says nowadays. But knowing him before his stroke, before all the other issues, when I've talked to that man, he always was saying Fetterman is a problem. And that was before I even had my own concerns about how Fetterman gets down. I mean, not Fetterman, but Shapiro. He always said Shapiro was a problem. And even my own journalism and just looking into Shapiro's political past, he has burnt some bridges with some people. And I just think it's going to be a very interesting next couple of years. If he thinks that having a bunch of content creators influence in the room is going to cover him, I don't know. I also think, and this connects me to my next person, the mayor, Sherelle Parker. I think we're in this interesting time where centrist moderate Democrats, if that's the fancy word we want to call them today, that lack a level of heart or just super performative with it, it's going to be really hard to sell that. I think the country is in a space where we don't want a dictator that is completely cruel and nasty, but we also don't want these very workhorse type of legislators or politicians that are like, I don't necessarily know if get shit done is the conversation in the moment right now. I think when Biden was in office, it stuck, right? Because it was Build Better Back, it was about productivity, and I understood that. But I think that there's a mark being missed with Shapiro that I think is also a problem with a lot of these Democrats, is that we don't, the yesterday's price is not today's price. Yesterday, meaning before Trump got elected, we were okay with the very robotic kind of like Democrat that just, look, they was all about getting shit done, quote unquote. Work, 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 work. I got these policies done. And we didn't necessarily have to know what their socio-political moral compass was on various issues, because there was this trust that Democrats acquired naturally that, oh, we don't need to know where they stand on these issues because they're going to do it. I mean, they don't got to say it. What is understood don't need to be said. But now we're in a part, I think, because of what happened with Palestine, because of the capitulation with Trump that we've seen from some Democrats, the selling out and the shrilling of corporate America. We don't really, and I think Mamdani is a good example of this, like how he really made the conversation different. And also just the cowardice of Congress. We don't really trust Democrats either. We don't trust Republicans, but we don't trust Democrats. We know that Democrats are not going to be Trump, but just because you're not going to be Trump don't mean that you're still going to be a good politician. And so I think voters are now asking questions beyond just the legislative shit, because we've been so down that. And it's not enough just to talk about how hard you're going to work, because we actually need to know if you're not going to fold. What is your moral compass? And I think a lot of people do not actually know who Josh Shapiro really is and what he really stands for. I mean, Israel was one, but I don't really know where he stands on other issues, on a moral compass. Because any man that says he's going to stand up for marginalized communities but raise a flag to a white nationalist, I just feel like you talk out the side of your neck. And other black colleagues and legislators in Harrisburg are beginning to feel the same way. I've spoken to several of them on background that have told me that, look, they're going to vote for Shapiro because he's the only option on the ballot, but they really wish that he would have had a challenge. Not now, because they understand that the Democratic infighting couldn't happen, but if Biden would have been reelected or Kamala would have won, they would have hoped that somebody would have challenged him. We can't do that right now. He capitalizes off of a very red state of affairs. And he believes that he is, in many ways, the chosen one when it comes to Pennsylvania. But I have to push back and say, well, if you thought you had it like that, how come you couldn't get those people to vote for Kamala? How come you couldn't keep this state blue in several other races? I think he's more vulnerable than he wants to admit. But also, his ego won't allow him to think that, because his ego thinks that he is good. But I think that this race against state security, there's no way that he thinks he's going to do the numbers he did prior. I mean, I don't know. The only way he's able to pull that off is if there is a collective, universal Democratic ticket across the board. Like, everybody's got to show up stronger. Everybody's got to be more proactive. He's going to really need them in areas. And I really hate that he burned his bridge with Fetterman, because I think, and I mean, Fetterman is just a mess anyway, but I really wish that those two could have saw eye to eye, because they really could have turned Pennsylvania out. I think if Fetterman and Shapiro could have put their differences aside, I think they could have flipped a lot of those mega voters into Harris voters. But that's the problem with the Democratic Party. So much of the infighting and jealousy and delusion of their political ambitions stops them from getting shit done as a party. I just don't understand how Shapiro operates in a space where it's I when it comes to what he thinks he can do without recognizing he needs to build better relationships with everybody, including the people that he don't think matters as much. There's a level of decorum that he needs to model. Point blank the end. He's going to need to change up his entire approach, but I'm a little cynical that he will. I think there's going to have to be some type of humbling in order for him to change his mind. There's going to have to be some blunder or some hot mic incident or something that's going to have to, kick things in full gear for him, because I just am very cynical that he will learn on his own. Which now brings me to Philadelphia Mayor Cheryl Parker. There was a massive protest. There's been several protests and gatherings throughout Philadelphia since the death of Renee Brown. The mayor has not said a word as of the time of this recording of this podcast. She has not taken a stance. She has not said anything to update people. She has not uttered the word ice out of her mouth. If she has, it might have been Ice Cube. But there's been no actual statements or clarifications from the Park administration regarding ICE and the concerns that many Philadelphians have. I mean, again, hundreds of Philadelphians. Okay? Hundreds. We're not going to tell that lie. Hundreds of protesters and activists were at City Hall. Not inside, but outside of City Hall. When a protest of that magnitude is in a major American city like Philadelphia, it should make everyone be on pause. Everyone should be thinking to themselves, how can we respond in a productive way? How can we bridge the gap? How can we bring people together? Like, there should be some mobilization, some statement, some acknowledgement. And the stuff that I'm hearing that is being said from sources connected closely to the Park administration is that the mayor does not want to, quote unquote, poke the bear. They don't really see this as a Philadelphia issue. It did not happen in Philadelphia. It happened in Minneapolis. What can she do about it? ICE is a federal agency. What can the mayor actually do about it? Like, I've just heard a lot of bullshit excuses. And what's baffling to me is that this goes back to the centrist mentality of these Democrats like her and Shapiro, where they want to act like they're operating in the Obama era, where you can tout policy and legislative changes and they can correlate to your moral high ground, that you can have multiple platitudes, you can have great rhetoric, and your merit can match with your legislation. And that you say what you are, what you do, and those things correlate so you don't have to say anything. They that's how they operate. And they believe that shaking the table and this myth of bipartisanship, that they can be able to work across the aisle, and that if they be nice and if they have these respectability politics when it comes to Trump, that will stop him from sitting in the National Guard, and that would stop him from putting Philadelphia as a target, because we have these big celebrations and 250 if it's coming, and this will put the city at risk. Let me explain something to you all. There is no negotiations with a madman. A madman does not have any rhyme or reason. Just like Nashville got targeted, right, at one point. I still don't understand what was in Nashville and why did Nashville get targeted. I mean, was anybody checking for Nashville on a national scale to justify him threatening to put those resources there, right? I mean, you see, ain't nothing been said about Atlanta. Notice that. Notice that it hasn't really happened in Houston. It's very funny because these are mayors that have taken stances. New York City, I mean, Mom Donnie has been very clear about how he feels. Baltimore mayor has. Chicago has. And yet we have not seen the National Guard go to New York City, to Chicago, to any of these places. And Supreme Court has actually blocked Trump from being able to go and involve those types of resources. So we see it, right? We see the Supreme Court protecting and blocking out certain abuses of authority from Trump. And so with Chicago, Mayor Brandon over there, he's doing some great work. He has spoken up, and that has not happened, right? But in this city and in this Commonwealth, we see a level of tiptoeing and political maneuvering. And Democratic cities across America are unifying, and the Park administration seems to want to take itself out of that. But this is the same mayor that's going to want to get national support and attention towards this. And without the support and the encouragement of other mayors in these Democratic blue cities, I just don't see her being a team player. But outside of that, what just happens to just pure compassion? I didn't know that we had to wait for a massive crisis to get this administration to respond. There are reports that there are ICE agents already in Philadelphia. They're in Philadelphia and they're taking people out. And this does not just impact one particular neighborhood. This impacts industries. Like, as a former food editor, right, Eater Philly, there are a lot of undocumented workers that are working in some of these restaurants, some of these little smaller mom and pop shops. They're working. They're here. And they're scared to show up to work, which is why, if you've noticed in certain restaurants, and I'm not naming any of the restaurants because I don't want to put a target on them, but you've noticed that there have been shorter days and operations. There's been periods where, some people are working under the table. Some people cannot, get things done because this economy has largely been codependent on undocumented labor. Now, that's a whole nother conversation within itself, but it's here in Philadelphia. And ICE is going to certain locations across Philadelphia, targeting people. And let's be very clear. We know that ICE has detained people who are regular citizens. And when an incident like that takes place in Minnesota, you cannot help but wonder, when will it come to Philly? It's not a matter of if, it's now a matter of when. And the fact that there's no proactiveness from this administration out loud, that I'm not saying that the mayor has to take on Trump and criticize Trump and rebuke Trump. I mean, that would be nice. But to simply not say anything. It's not a good look. It's not. So I can talk about the leaders who have spoken up. Sheriff Rochelle Bilal and District Attorney Larry Krasner had a press conference last week. And they basically did what I would have thought the mayor should have done. Now, I'm not talking about, the political rhetoric and the talking point stuff and all that. I'm not talking about that. I get that people felt like their press conference was performative. Look, I feel like there needs to be a message in this city. And if the mayor's not going to do it, kudos to them for holding the city down and responding to the legitimate concerns and fears that people have right now. As a Black gay man, I don't trust ICE. I don't believe that ICE is solely coming to get people that's undocumented. On what basis do we know this? I know several people who have already reported being in situations where they were scared for their safety, even though they were not undocumented. If I was the mayor, in my opinion, I think that there should be some type of messaging, a statement or a press conference, however you prefer it, to inform people of their rights during this time of uncertainty, what the police department and the respective law enforcement agents are going to do in response. And that any other interpersonal issues or things or matters, she doesn't have time to address that. I think that would have been fair. But to just completely choose silence, in my opinion, is an act of violence. In my opinion. Because to not say anything allows for there to be ambiguity. And to have ambiguity around something like this shows a lack of conviction in this moment. It's not good. It's not. And I'm very concerned that we're going to see a situation where this is going to escalate before we know it. And it's going to, in many ways, force the mayor to have to speak. And what's unfortunate about that is that by the time she might decide to, a lot of people are going to beg the question, why? Close people in her administration have said that this is her taking a precaution for the safety of the city, that to weigh in on any level is to open up the door for Trump to send people over and antagonize. And at that point, there's chaos, and she doesn't really want to deal with that. That is what I've heard from close sources connected to the Park administration. But here's the thing. That's a logic of assuming, which is what she's doing, that the reason why she hasn't said anything, the reason why the Trump administration has not come to their city with the National Guard and whatnot is because she hasn't, quote unquote, poked the bear. And so she's trying to suggest that this method is the reason why. But maybe he's just been preoccupied with other shit. Maybe he's got Philly on the list for the summer with the 250th. Maybe he's waited to make a bigger splash. I just think that there are a lot of other ways to explain what's happening in Philly rather than having an ego that implies or suggests that the reason why Trump has not come here is because she has not poked the bear. There are cities where they did not poke the bear and Trump came. I think there's no actual mythology to what Trump's madness is doing. But there are people that are still trying to ration with a madman. And I think that that is a very bad play. So here's who's been talking. You don't want this smoke. That is what Sheriff Rochelle Bilal said in a press conference that she had with District Attorney Larry Krasner. They had this press conference and she said, quote, "If any ICE agents want to come in this city and commit a crime, you will not be able to hide. Nobody will whisk you off. You don't want this smoke because we will bring it to you. The criminal in the White House would not be able to keep you from going to jail." I mean, they're strong. This is strong. This is strong. She stands on it, and she's been standing on it. Yeah. She considers ICE, which is known as the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, as, quote, fake wannabe law enforcement. And she was very blunt. You know, Krasner was there at the press conference and, made it clear. She went on CNN. She's been on like a press tour. She was on CNN with Aaron Burnett, and she said, enough is enough. Quote, people are tired of these people coming into the city masked up, basically all masked up, and pulling people out and causing havoc. This was supposed to be helping cities out. This was supposed to be eliminating crime, but yet you are committing them here. You are putting people in fear. You are breaking up families. She followed by saying that the way in which ICE agents are wearing masks are not only violate legal law, but the moral law. Quote, law enforcement professionals around the country do their job, and we have been fighting for years to build that bridge between us and our communities. You had one negative nutcase that causes this problem, And now we all have to fight again to let people know law enforcement works with communities. And that negative nutcase she's referring to is President Donald Trump. So she's been praised. There's people like Ben Crump, who was a known, of course, legendary civil rights attorney, that's praised her. There's been other people like, of course, the Pennsylvania GOP that said, quote, when local law enforcement stands with criminals rather than people keeping our community safe, you know there's a problem. Rhetoric like this only makes this situation more dangerous for federal law enforcement and the city of Philadelphia. There's also been others who have said that she should be arrested, including Florida Congressman Randy Fine, who said she should be arrested. There's been all types of critiques. But the most interesting thing that stood out to me was that Philadelphia Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel, who has not put out a statement on how the Philadelphia Police Department is going to actually be cooperating with ICE, or if they are, how they will, but he decided to put out a statement on Friday night following the press conference, trying to clarify the difference between the sheriff's office and the police department, basically letting people know that the sheriff's office does not, and I quote, conduct criminal investigations, nor does it in any way direct municipal policing. We all know this. The sheriff is an elected office. We all had to vote in that election. And we know that police commissioners such as Kevin Bethel is appointed by the mayor. We know this. But in many ways, he felt like he needs to be clear, quote, on the lines of authority. An accurate public representation of those roles are essential to maintaining public trust and effective public safety operations. With all due respect, Commissioner Bethel, no shit, Sherlock. We get it. But also, if you're going to enter this conversation, can you not only just clarify what the roles are and give the people an explanation? What was missing in that press release, which was just basically regurgitated information. I mean, they're claiming that their office has been inundated with a lot of messages and calls from people. Okay, fine. But let's keep the main thing. First of all, you probably would have had all those phone calls and confusion if the police department and the park administration would have actually got in front of this and gave some type of statement to just clarify information for the public at large. Don't get mad that the sheriff's office has an ounce of integrity that your office don't currently have when it comes to actually clarifying and calming the people down. People are scared. People are concerned. And people are worried. And for there not to be response by a nearly $1 billion department, where the fuck is my taxpayers' dollars going? Is it going to donuts and shit? Like, come the fuck on. Like, this is unacceptable. So you're going to waste time sending a press release to simply say, we're not the sheriff's office and the sheriff's office not us. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Now, what is the office going to do? Because the sheriff's office has made it very clear how they're going to engage with ICE and how they're going to go about this. The DA's office is as well. What is the Philadelphia Police Department going to do on it? You got something to say about that? So you're reading the headlines, you're watching the things, but you ain't got nothing to say about that? Oh, okay. Cat must have got his tongue. So I'm not feeling that. I just think that statement was half-assed. It's a free country. It's free speech. I'm using my democratic First Amendment right now. So then we see that ICE responded to Rochelle Blau. Very, very poignant remarks. On their Twitter X account, on @IceGov, they shared a Fox, I guess, video clip of what Rochelle Blau said, and the framing in the third section bar said, "War on ICE, Philadelphia sheriff threatens ICE agents in her city." Like, yeah, they're trying to blow this up. Now, ICE shared that clip with Fox News framing, of course, and said, Philadelphia, quote unquote, sheriff, in parentheses, Rochelle Blau should resign before she embarrasses herself any further. Quote, arresting ICE officers. Try it. See what happens. But that's not what she said, right? And so how do I know this? She came on my show. She was the special guest, my first guest of 2026. Sheriff Rochelle Bilal was the guest on the record with Ernest Owens on 96.1 FM, 900 AM, Progressive Black Talk Media. She was a special guest on my show. And we had a full interview where we talked about this whole entire fiasco. And she was very honest. She was very candid. She was very just straightforward about what's going on. And it was refreshing because, well, for starters, if you know the history between myself and the sheriff, it hasn't been always great. You know, there has been times where we've had debates. It's been combative. There was times of no comment, no question. But listen, I have a job to do as a journalist, and it's not about how I personally feel. The Park administration knows the door is always open. You know, the question is their door open? It should be open, right? One city, a united city, you know, one Philly united city. I mean, are we still saying that? Because I don't know. I don't know if I could put my ones up right now. I think it's cap. I don't know if this city's united, because what I'm hearing is that we need to get Anton Moore to come out here. You know, Mr. Former Executive Director of Unity Community. There needs to be some unity in this community because, you know, for all the intergovernmental experience that Mayor Parker talks about having, which I know she does have. I mean, this woman is very smart. She has lots of experience in government. She was a state representative. Before that, she had worked under incredible legislators like Gussie Clark and Miriam Tasco. She knows her shit, okay? No one's taking away that. I don't think the mayor is dumb. I don't think the mayor is not competent to do the job. I just think that the mayor allows for things to take, she holds grudges that impedes upon her ability to excel to the ability that she can. Let me say that again. I think that the mayor holds grudges to the point that it impedes upon her ability to excel at the level that she can. Mayor Parker can go from infinity and beyond. She really can. She knows her shit. But she is in her own damn way. And some of her administration. But she is in her own damn way. And that's been her problem throughout her career. Things could have been a lot easier for her if she did not choose to let personal infighting distract her from the larger cause. She holds grudges. She's so, I want to use my words correctly. I think that she just takes things very personal. And I think that makes it hard to work with someone like that. Because rather than take it practical, she takes it personal. So every time someone does not do something that she likes the way she likes it, they're an enemy. I mean, she's done it with me. I came into this administration, as you all know, in her era, open-minded, willing to have different conversations, understand that we will agree to disagree on some things. But the moment you disagree with her in public or you express some level of dissent, then you're disposable. That's not a good, healthy method in order to advance, especially when you want to be the mayor. See, I don't have to be as diplomatic as her because I'm a private citizen. I'm publicly known, but I am not a government official. I don't have to work across the aisle if I don't want to. I don't have to work with people I don't like all the time. Now, as a journalist, I have to, but in my personal life, I don't have to operate that way. The mayor is the chief executive of this city. And so it's okay to say, I messed up. It's okay to say, I'm learning as I'm going. It's okay to pivot. It's okay to agree with people you typically disagree with on other issues. That's what leadership looks like. And I feel like this mayor is in some perfectionism that is not going to help her. And I think this brings me back to my critique around Shapiro and other leaders, right? We're in a, we're in a very weird time. We cannot play the Obama playbook in 2026. And what I mean by that is that Democrats dropped the ball. Obama dropped the ball when he made the assumption that he should not go and push aggressively on the things that he knew need to happen. He did that with the Supreme Court with Merrick Garland. He did that with several issues that he could have pushed, but he was too busy trying to be bipartisan. He was too busy trying to be pragmatic. He was too busy trying to find common ground with people who never wanted him to have a ground. And because of that, he misread the American people. He misread the political atmosphere. This man was so caught up in his own God-given talent that he couldn't see that there were vultures in the mist. And I know this to be true because if he really believed and paid attention to what was going on around him, he would have known that the Republicans were never going to be as universally diplomatic as he was striving to be. Because when Trump got elected in 2016, all hell broke loose. He did what he wanted to do. There was no compromise. They pushed their agenda. They did what they wanted to do. Obama should have did what the hell he wanted to do those 8 years. And Biden comes in thinking he's going to build better back, that he's going to heal and restore the soul of this country. And look what the fuck this country did. Went back and reelected the man that arguably stole the soul of this nation. So, and this time the man got the popular vote. So clearly, we're amongst a bunch of kids, Democrats. These voters don't know their best interests. You have to be the adult in the room. You have to tell people no. And you got to stand on business in the best interest of your base. The capitulation is getting old. Capitulation ain't getting you progress. You're kowtowing and ass-kissing to a fascist regime that is not investing in your safety. Do we really believe that the nicer we are, the more politically correct we are, the less poking the bear we are, that that's going to lead to Trump being oh nice to us? I really want to... The plantation politics of the Democratic machine will set us back just as bad, if not worse, than the Republican fascist regime. We need courage. We need faith. We need common sense. This is the 250th anniversary this past week of Thomas Paine's Common Sense. It was a political pamphlet that sparked the beginning of the American Revolution. Thomas Paine said what needed to be said. He said the things that nobody wanted to say out loud because they were afraid of the king. You know, the ruler. They were so scared of King George. Oh, King George. That they didn't want to say what needed to be said out loud. Thomas Paine said, fuck that. I'm going to say it. And he did. He made the case for why there should be a separation from Great Britain. Why the colonies need to create their own republic. Why this tyranny was not going to be sustainable. He laid it out. He spoke with conviction. He had faith and courage. And many people would have argued that that was going to be his life. Many people would have argued that that was going to be the end and that the king was going to come. Yes, there was a war. Yes, there was fighting. But look how it all played out. Now, I'm not the most patriotic person, but I must say, there are moments in our history where we have to look at the courage of others in times of peril. And right now is not the time to be silent. Now is not the time to reconfigure capitulation as a form of pragmatism. Because that's what's happening. This is not strategic. This is not helpful. This is fear. And we need a fearless leader. I don't see that in the Parker administration right now. I don't see a fearless leader. I see a leader, but I don't see a fearless leader. It's an interesting time we're in. It's an interesting time we're in, but we need to demand better. And you can listen to my interview with Sheriff Rochelle Bilal. She talked about her faith. She talked about how she doesn't fear these men. She's a black Muslim woman. And all these talking points about, oh, Sherelle can't do this. She's a black woman. She's this. We got to stop weaponizing identity and trying to justify for cowardice. There's a lot of black women in politics that are standing up to Trump. Jasmine Crockett is, hell. She's a congresswoman. There are people that are stepping up to this mission. Even everyday people are. Journalists are. We all need to be doing it. Each one teach one. What makes her any different? She choosing to be the mayor of this city, she knew she was going to face obstacles as a black woman in that role. So now is not the time to now weaponize your identity to justify silence. And I'm not saying she's doing that, but some of her supporters are trying to act like she's getting dealt unfair expectations. No. It's because of the fact that we know what she can do, that we will not allow her to say. She says this all the time. She continues to she's not misquoting James Baldwin, but it's interesting because she's using it in a way that does not match her actions. She keeps saying, she plays into the I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. That's the James Baldwin quote. But she likes to say, don't watch what we say, watch what we do. Well, you're not saying anything, which then becomes a matter of not doing anything. We don't know. And if you are doing something, can you tell us what you're doing? Can we say and do at the same damn time? Because there is a break of communication and it's leading to public distrust. I don't fully trust this administration. There are aspects of it that I do trust, but I don't fully trust it because I don't understand it. And as a journalist, I've sought to understand it. I've asked for interviews. I've asked to talk to the mayor. And I've not been granted it. You can't be retaliatory gatekeeping and then claim that you're not doing the status quo. There's too many contradictions. There's a lot of hypocrisy. And quite frankly, that just needs to stop. So moving along to Ask Ernest. A lot of you all want to understand what was going on this weekend. What was the smoke? A lot of you are asking me, what's the tea? What's going on? What's happening right now? And I tried my best to give an explanation that made sense. And there's a lot going on right now. And I'll say this. We are in an interesting time in our society. I had some moments online, talked a lot of shit this weekend while writing my book, because some of this I put in the book. But I asked the question, will the real experts in the room please stand up? And I was talking about the fact that we're at a crossroads of two conflicting eras. One in which people desire escapism in the name of self-care during these fraught times, and another in which people are fighting for the truth during a time when education is restricted, experts are being shamed, and fact-finding is being compromised. Both of these things go hand in hand. Now, people have asked me, can both exist and coexist? I mean, listen, can it? You got to ask yourself that question. Because we're in an ignorance is bliss moment right now. People are trying to normalize having a soft era, but really it's acting as if this is impeding they believe the world is impeding their wellness. They're trying to divorce themselves from any level of service and accountability, and they're manipulating that as prioritizing their self-care. Ducking smoke that you need to address, not handling your business, is not self-care. It's avoidance. It's neglect. It's derelict your duties. It's reckless. That's not self-care. And these words matter because those who are being conflict avoidant act in ways that are passive aggressive. Every damn critique is not an attack. Every disagreement isn't necessarily negative. Every acknowledgement of a disparity or injustice is not an attempt to harm and offend people. I wrote a lot about this in my book, The Case for Cancel Culture. All this good vibes only mindset is people trying to ignore reality and avoid the nuances of it. Everything cannot be good vibes only. Sometimes shit does get ugly. Sometimes bad things happen. And this whole Hakuna Matata, sometimes bad things happen, so there's nothing to do about it, right? It means no worries? What? It did not work for Simba in The Lion King. He had to get his ass back to Pride Rock. It will damn sure not work for you. You need to protect yourself, but don't delusion yourself. We're in an era right now where people are fighting for truth. And that's because everybody's desperate, you know? In Philadelphia and cities, a lot of people want to hustle. Everybody wants to make money. They jump on a trend, right? When it was time to do anti-gun violence and shit, people all of a sudden want to be anti-gun violence experts. We got the AI shit, and everybody want to get into AI. We had the, what's the other trend? I mean, it's always one. The real estate market. Everybody want to sell real estate and be a mogul. Now we're in this, social media influencer market. Everybody want to be a damn influence content creator. Like, we are in these eras where everybody wants to walk their ass right in and just jump into being an expert and jump into legitimacy. And that's because of the fast-paced digital era that we're in. Everybody wants things to be fast, which is why people are hating educated people like myself, because we have to study. And studying requires time, because you can't be educated without studying. You got to read books, articles, periodicals. You have to consume information. You got to know how to think critically. You have to know how to analyze. That takes time, y'all. You just can't wake up and do it. It takes time to master a craft. It takes time to be an expert. It takes time to be credible. It takes time to legitimize your talent. But unfortunately, we got people out here who just want to, they want to, be told they can be something and do something without time. And that's just a lie. I mean, let's be clear. People can do things without time, but then they're failing themselves in their communities. And we're seeing a weaponization of the terms that we created, right? People are saying that those who are educated, informed, and credentialed are being treated as if they're being elitists or haters. And because they're not just giving out their resources to people who may not be qualified or responsible to utilize them, they're being called gatekeepers because they're being responsible for setting up boundaries. Now, if you set up healthy boundaries, you're now be considered a gatekeeper. But this is not how any of this works. Elitism is when one person thinks that they're morally or socially superior to someone else based on their pedigree. It's the person that says, I got a college degree, so I'm better than you. Well, wait a minute. Better? I don't necessarily know if the word is better. Like, better, you think just a better person? Like, that's not okay. But if you say, hey, as somebody who has a formal education and training in this particular area of interest, I have more expertise and knowledge on this issue than you do. If you don't have it, that's a fact. That's not being elitist. That's just a fact. I mean, 1 + 1 = 2, y'all. But that's the problem. People assume that they're entitled to getting the information to now become the expert. And if you don't put them on, you're considered a gatekeeper. But that's not how gatekeeping works either. Gatekeeping is when one actively shut people out from access based on their fear or bias of them being a legitimate threat to their power. So that's gatekeeping, right? The Shapiro, the Park administration, they participated in gatekeeping with me. They shut me out of access that I was actually entitled to as a journalist, right? The sunshine laws do exist. That was gatekeeping. They were locking me out of press conferences. They were keeping me off of press lists
to not allow me to be able to do my job because they feared that what I would report would actually not go along with the propaganda or political agenda and messaging that they desired. That is gatekeeping, people. The Shapiro campaign, the Park administration, they have done that to me. Such as Kenny. Jim Kenney did it to me. Oh, there's equal blame to go around. This has been happening to me throughout my political career. Larry Krasner did it to me when he avoided and maneuvered ways to divorce any level of accountability that came from my reporting and my questioning when I was supposed to moderate a candidates forum that featured him and Pat Dugan. His campaign literally gatekeeped me out from that experience. And as a result, we did not have a forum. So that's gatekeeping, for those who don't know. And this is a man who in one breath wants to advocate for democracy and say, fuck around, find out. But this is also a man who does not like critique around his own ego. Very typical political shit. But you know, what's new? But because of this, we're seeing a lot of people want to be experts in fields they have not invested the time in. And now they're gaslighting educated people to do that. And in America, uncompromised education, truth-telling, facts, and research and expertise is being weaponized by professionally insecure people as being elitist, privilege, and gatekeeping. They're using their words against us. Right now, I'm calling for all the experts in the room to please stand up. Stop letting them, okay? Stop dumbing yourself down for mass appeal. Embrace your skills. The reason why so many people are thinking they can do what you do is because you're making what you do look easy. Be transparent and be real about what you had to do this work. Because when you explain to people that it's not an overnight success, people will then wake up and realize that they can't pull a stunt themselves. I can't tell you how many journalists back in the day will come to me and just say, I need to have lunch with you because I'm trying to get like you. Baby, you can never get like me. Not at a lunch. I'm just keeping it 100. I couldn't even get like me overnight. It took over a decade of time, of research, of trial and error to get to where I am at. So speak clearly. Do you want to be a journalist? Do you want to have a successful journalism career? Like, what are you saying? When people come up to me and say that to me, or they see that I got a book, they say, oh, put me on with your agent. That's not how any of this works. And no, it's not gatekeeping because I am not just giving out my contacts, because we got to understand what this actually means. First of all, do you understand what is required in order to get a book agent? Do you actually know what is required in order to write a book? Or are you just looking at me and saying you could do that, so therefore you're entitled to it? Oh, baby, don't compare where you don't compete. And don't compare. Stop comparing. And stop making assumptions. You don't know what I had to do to get a book agent. It took me years to get a book agent. It took me years to build a following. It took me years to build credibility in my respective field. It took years of me actually producing the ability to write proficiently, to establish an actual voice, to actually establish a reputation in various fields of industry. It took time. So if you come to me and say, oh, I want to get a book deal, I want to get a book agent, I'm sorry, but unless you're trying to do a scam or you're trying to pay your way to the top, there's no way that you can just waltz up and get it. Maybe the better question is, what are the things that an agent is looking for? What is the process? Not just put me on. What is the process? Because there's actually a process. And so when I meet people who are not interested in knowing what the process is, I don't take you seriously, because that's a person that's not trying to do the work. The question should not be can. The question should be how. No one gives anything that requires a level of time and work. That's not gatekeeping. That's boundary resetting. I set boundaries because I recognize that I want to respect people's time. You don't just give people's contact information. One of my pet peeves I used to have with some of my friends in early years, not now, is that they would go out, they would hear people, and they've gotten familiar with the bullshit now, but they would hear people talk about something they want to do. And they would just, they go, oh, my friend Ernest, he can get you that job. He can help you with this. I had to tell my friends, not all of them, because some of them got it, but I had to tell some of my friends, stop putting my name out there. You cannot give my number to people. Respect. Because what I do for you is because I know you. I trust you. I know your reputation. But I don't know that stranger that you just talked to that probably finessed you as a way to try to get to me. And there's been situations in my friend circle, I can name stories of where they recognize, and now they're really hip to it, where they recognize that a person will come up to them at an event and just make up conversation. And eventually in the conversation, there'll be some pivot of, oh, you're friends with Ernest, right? Oh, he's an interesting guy. I wonder, blah, 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 blah. They're trying to get a way in because they won't come up to me. At this point, I guess I'm a little untouchable to some people. Some people are feeling intimidated, but y'all know I don't bite. I'm just real. A real recognize real. Real people have come up to me, shook my hand, and introduced themselves. And a lot of sketchy people have gone through other means to try to come to me because something they were doing was not good. I have been protected and dodged from a lot of scammery and fuckery because people know that real recognize motherfucking real. So I don't get scammed often. When I hear these stories of people saying they got played and manipulated and bamboozled, I don't even have those stories. And I think the reason why is because scammers know I don't play that. Go play with something safe. Some of you all are too fucking like soft with it. Y'all be always placating. Well, maybe, blah, 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 blah. That's why y'all get scammed. That's why y'all get lied to. That's why y'all get played. I don't really have those problems as often. Because they know. They know. They will not come to me. A scammer will not come to me. Do not enter. A con artist don't like to be around me. So when I go to certain rooms and you tell me about somebody you know working on a big project and you keep going, Ernest, why are they not talking to you? Ernest, why they haven't reached out to you? I told them to call you. There's a reason why. Because when they sit down with me, we're going to have a conversation. And I'm going to ask questions like a good person should. And if there's bullshit, I'm going to say it's bullshit. And they don't want their little grift to go. So when so many of you all keep telling me you want to connect me with this person, trust and believe that Philadelphia is small as fuck. I know them. They know me. They are not talking to me for a reason. Do I know what the reason is? No, not sure. But there's always a reason. Always a reason. And so let's just be real about the state of affairs there. But this all comes up to this consecration conversation. Josh Shapiro had his big rally last week in Philly, and there was noticeably a diverse set of influencers, right? But there wasn't that many black journalists that were there. And a lot of members of the press did not know about the event. There was there was TV stations, a couple of folks, but the campaign excluded a lot of other important voices. I mean, I could talk about myself, but at this point, I expect him to do it, which I should not. I should not expect elected officials to bogart and deny access to the free press. It's very undemocratic, but that's what they do. But yet they're saying they're trying to defeat mega fascism, but you're placate. Can't wait to put it in the book, y'all. I'm putting it in the book. I'm gonna put that in the book. But there were some content creators and influencers that threw some little subtle shots. They didn't name me specifically, but basically tried to say that this conversation is around new media versus traditional media. And pretty much they didn't say it verbatim. Some people didn't say it verbatim like this, but just to say that content creators, influencers, well, specifically they were talking about content creators more, that they are providing a service to communities in ways that, traditional media cannot. I'm not debating that fact. I'm not debating that reality, but I'm letting them cook, right? They're just talking their shit. But then they say that implied that media, traditional media, is gatekeeping, content creators from being able to access these rooms. And there's always this narrative that there's room for all of us. That's what the talking point always is. There's room for all of us. That's what they always say. So I responded in depth, but I'm gonna say this here in a more frank way that I didn't want to say on social media out loud because of, there's monitors and censorship and, you got to watch what you say online. They'll what's that word? They'll fuck up the algorithm, right? But I can see it on here on my podcast though. The first question I have is this question on there's room for everybody. Hypothetically, in a very idealistic world, yes, it would be nice for everybody to be on the same page and to be able to see one another and understand each other. Yeah, that's cute. Here's the problem, though. Here's the real problem. Where is there room for all of us in this media ecosystem when it comes to these political campaigns choosing content creators? Who's dictating that room? Oh, okay. So in terms of Josh Shapiro specifically, when journalists complain about the fact that press space is now being replaced with content creators, that is not a lie, it is a fact. There has been a decreased number of diverse journalists being invited to cover campaigns and elections. This is an American issue, by the way. In lieu of journalists, there's been an increase of content creators being invited in those same media press spaces. That's just a fact. I don't know. If you look at 2016, if you look at the 2016 convention, DNC, compared to the 2024 DNC convention, there was an increase of content creators and new media, as they like to say it, than journalists. We're seeing a reduction of journalists in lieu of it. Because let me say something to you all. In government, resources, and politics, the pie does not increase, it reallocates. Okay? The room doesn't get bigger, they just move the pieces. So if you have a rally and you have a press junket, you can't increase the number of press there and the content creators at the same time. Somebody's got to go and somebody's got to stay. A lot of these political campaigns, elected officials, are putting in content creators over journalists. Now you're going to ask the question, why? The reason why is because content creators do not actually have a ethical, legal obligation to report the information in an unbiased, uncompromised fashion. Let's be clear. It's not to say that all content creators operate in these ways. It's just that if they choose to be, it's an option. To be a journalist, there's no option on whether or not you can be in your reporting biased or leave out details or whatnot. You know, you have to follow a code of ethics. SPJ, Society of Professional Journalists, have had a code of ethics that have governed the way that journalists are supposed to report the truth in this country. That code of ethics has been around for over 100 years, and I currently sit on the board of directors for the SPJ, and we're currently working to revitalize and update that code of ethics. There are no code of ethics for content creators and influencers. There's none. There's no code of ethics. They don't have an association where they have a set of rules and best practices. They don't have any certifications or verifications on their ethics. Like, we don't know. And what I mean by that is that we've seen this before. Like, if you are a journalist and you are at an event or you get information, you have to disclose where you got your information, who's your source. Now, if it's off the record, then you can't, right? That's off the record. But you have to inform the public about how you're getting your information, right? So when you hear me say sources close to the Park administration, or if I tell you the interview or where I got the quote or where I got the information, like, citing sources is key. In content creation, there's no ethics around plagiarism, citing sources, disclosing business partnerships and or deals. There's like no guidance on that as a collective. And so the problem with this is that you don't know what the agenda is for said source. Now with journalism, right? Because let's be clear, all journalism is media, but not all media is journalism. And so that's the part that people get tripped up on. And you're talking to a scholar and expert that studies journalism and communication, and there's also a professor that teaches this. So I'm not pulling these rabbits out my ass. Will the real experts please stand up? I am standing. when you have an environment, a media ecosystem, where content creators are increasing their footprint in the press conversation, unverified, unchecked, uncredentialed, it's a disaster waiting to happen. Newsflash, it already is. And so what we're witnessing is that why would politicians choose content creators over journalists? Because one, content creators can be manipulated, they can be incentivized, and all of that is considered fine because they're not journalists. Like, journalists cannot be financially incentivized to cover a story from a campaign. But a political campaign can easily give money to content creators to create quote unquote content that shapes their campaign messaging in a favorable way. It's glorified messaging. It's marketing. But yet, why is the marketing team or the form of marketing being put in the same press bracket? Because let's be very clear, the conversation is not about new media versus old media. It's about power and access. Politicians and candidates wield their political power influence to incentivize who comes in a room and who does not. Content creators, whether they want to admit it or not, play a game. In many ways, slightly could be called a pick-me, but we're not going to go there. But they play a game to which they have to basically favor that of the company, the brand, the campaign, in order to maintain the access and relevance of being in those rooms and spaces. And as a journalist, being in those rooms and spaces is critical for me to do my job. The moment you restrict my access, the moment you make my job difficult. Well, content creators don't necessarily have the same legal obligations to do their job as the journalists do. And there's actual legal ramifications when you violate free press. It's a constitutional violation. It's a First Amendment right. And what's been sad is that politicians from both sides of the aisle, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, are embracing Trump's disregard for the free press. It's true. They are. Before Trump was elected president, it would be unfathomable for an elected official or an administration to not invite members of the press or to cherry pick which members can come and which can't. That was not commonplace. Did people do it? Yes, but it was not as universally embraced as of now. Now it is commonplace for candidates and campaigns and politicians to cherry pick who comes to a press conference, like Trump is doing. So if they don't like a particular media outlet or a reporter, they can exclude them. But in order to keep the facade going, they invite content creators to come that they prefer. And if the content creator wants to continue to maintain access, they have to pretty much pay to play. And what I mean by pay to play is that it's not necessarily that they're being monetarily incentivized. Some are getting money, but they're getting invitations in different ways. They're getting gifts. They're getting VIP access to certain things. They're getting, all types of other freebies and incentives that will keep them interested in participating, right? I've seen this more times than one. The problem is that there's no ethical fault line on setting the boundaries, right? So if said influencer chooses to go to the Shapiro campaign, to the rally, and note something that they saw problematic, or critique it on a fair basis, what happens? They get cut. And the reason why I know this is true is because of the fact that this just happened with a Philadelphia influencer that I know personally. Her name is Amanda St. Paul. She is a health expert, a doctor, actually, Dr. St. Paul. She is Black, and she does influencing as a hobby for fun. recently, she shared over the weekend that a few of my followers have been asking if I attended any of the, and she tagged them, Governor Shapiro re-election events. Transparently, I was ghosted by the Shapiro social media team after sharing the policies that mattered to me last summer. While it's amazing to see Philadelphia creators scene involved in state politics, I hope y'all are genuinely asking the tough questions. And so she shared an email that she had with the Shapiro social media team. The letter read, "Thank you for this invitation. Unfortunately, I am committed to another event in Philly at this time. I hope you or Visit Pennsylvania, can keep me in mind for future events. I would love to be involved, particularly if Governor Shapiro decides to comment on immigration policies / ICE raids in Philadelphia. That would be of significant interest to me. My father, an immigrant of the Caribbean island of Grenada, was a sailor and first immigrated to the United States through a port in Philadelphia. Now, decades later, I'm able to call this beautiful city my home. Thank you for your consideration. Warm regards, Amanda." So she actually wanted to talk to Shapiro and ask him at an event as a content creator about, if he's going to speak on immigration policies and ICE raids. The governor really hasn't been dodging that conversation, just like Mayor Parker. It's been a very interesting dance. What's interesting to me is that she has said in her own words, she's been ghosted ever since she tried to ask those questions. So she's not been invited. She's not been on a press list. She's been excluded. And what that tells me is that the content creators that are in that room, he had a little conference with 10 of them, and he brought them together and they had a meeting with him to talk about healthcare and all these other issues. And I'm trying to think to myself, well, are they experts in that? Well, are they going to be able to ask informed questions about some of these issues? Like, I'm just kind of confused why you're having a meeting with them. They're not journalists. I mean, I guess that, he literally had a conference, a party for influencers at his mansion in December. And many of those same content creators, some of them that was in that room, were also brought to the other room to now engage him with his campaign. So there's some crossover. And some of those content creators are being incentivized with appointments on some of his commissions that he have. So there's a little bit of bias there, because it's like, well, if you serve on this person's commission, can you actually hold them accountable for what they're doing? Because what is the role of a content creator in this regard? It looks like they're glorified hype men and marketers for his political campaign. So they're not actually doing the work of journalists. And how are you informing the public? You're basically regurgitating talking points and information that the campaign gives you to say. So you're given a script. Please stop lying. Don't make me roll the footage. You're given a script. They're giving you talking points. So I don't want to call it propaganda. I want to be respectful with my words. But pretty much, you're being sent to hype out and extend the information that a campaign is giving you about their campaign. Journalists do not do the PR of political campaigns. We inform the public on all aspects. So what this tells me is that if a fight happens at the campaign rally, the journalists will report on it. Some of those content creators probably will not. If it makes Shapiro look bad, or if something is said that is problematic, if they disagree, they're not going to express what they disagree with him at the rally. Because if they do, they know that there's going to be a retaliation, just like what happened to Amanda St. Paul. You're going to get cut off the list. And what's interesting is that these content creators are entrepreneurial. They're hustlers. No shame in the game with that. But what they do is that they know that utilizing those resources allows them to get further access. Because look at the governor. The governor has agencies that need these content creators. They're not just working on his campaign. They're going to be utilized for maybe Visit Pennsylvania, right? So then they get tourism incentives. They can get the travel, free hotels and food, all kind of other shit. If they defy the governor, then they'll not be invited to some of those spaces. The governor may not invite them. The governor may make phone calls. The social media teams all coordinate with each other in those agencies. You get cut off of everything. So these are people who are looking to make money. But the ethics around this is very sketchy. And naming that does not make me a hater. Naming that actually makes me an informed journalist that want you all to know that when you all are consuming this content on your timelines and elsewhere, you need to check the source. You know, we're talking about healthy diets, right? You need to have a healthy media diet. And having a healthy media diet means that you need to understand if something is certified organic or fresh. Where did this get produced? Information, how you consume information. Are you consuming healthy, well-sourced information? Is it factual? Is it credible? Is it being sourced by an unbiased outlet? Is it being sourced by an independent voice? Like, is it a diverse perspective? Like, you need to be able to check your produce. And in this situation, your news is your produce. No one's got time for mass-produced, mass-processed media. Because what they're doing is doing something called manufactured consent. Manufactured consent is a term in a book. Noam Chomsky wrote about manufactured consent in a 1988 book that has been really influencing the way that I'm writing about stand culture in my book. But this term, this ideology around manufactured consent has been around since the 1920s. And pretty much this idea is that the information and media that we consume, a lot of it is being manipulated in propaganda ways from corporate interests that are trying to elevate the elite and powerful. It's a very strong ideology and concept to grasp. But manufactured consent is what we're witnessing right now in this new era on social media. That in many ways, the content you're reading, like if you really look at those Shapiro, those content creators, there was no journalism, there was no reporting, there was none of that. And honestly, it was a very, most of the content was very vapid. There wasn't really much commentary. There was no analysis. It was just a bunch of hype around Shapiro. It was just basically more publicity for him. I low-key think that content creators are being weaponized against journalists in order to be able for the powers that be to stop the free flow of information and accountability in the free press. Again, this is not a conversation between new media and traditional media, because journalists have been embracing new media as well. Like I have been embracing new media. I do podcasts, I've done blogging, I've done social media engagement, I make reels, I do all these different things. Like there's no problem with doing new media for journalists. What the problem is how these systems are manipulating everyday people into ideologies that they don't fully understand and endorsing candidates in matters of people that they don't fully know was wrong. A lot of people don't really understand, like a lot of content creators are just used to reading scripts and consuming fast-paced information that a lot of what they're sharing to their followers are not necessarily furthering the conversation in the ways that they think they are doing. That's a red flag. We should all be concerned. So we're going to be paying attention at how this plays out in this upcoming midterm elections. But so far, it's not looking that good. It really is not. I am deeply concerned about the way that the Shapiro campaign is moving right now in this election cycle. So stay woke on that.
Also, a couple of you had asked me some questions about what's going on with the Office of LGBT Affairs. This is something I have gotten frequently for the past couple of weeks. I guess because it's the new year and a lot of people are trying to wonder what happened with DEI at the Parker administration. Well, I come with some updated tea. Apparently, or allegedly, there has been chatter that the Parker administration is going to announce a new director for the Office of LGBT Affairs for the city of Philadelphia. Apparently, we might find out as soon as this upcoming week. I have been talking to sources close to the situation, and there is speculation that this community advocate name, his name, I want to make sure it's three names, like one of those three names. I've heard of him before, but I want to make sure I get the name correct because you know how that goes. Um, so the name is David Alexander Jenkins. I have known him for years. We don't really have a close relationship or anything like that, but I've seen him around. Maybe some of you all have too, but he's like a community advocate. He's Black, he's gay. He's lived in Philadelphia for a long time. He's related to some folks. He's always in Rittenhouse. He has very like long hair, like laid hair, as I guess that would make sense, like almost like a silk press. He oftentimes has like an old English British accent, but he's a Black American. I think he has like contacts. He's a like hazel or green contacts. He's dark skinned. He is well dressed, like very stylish, you know, blazers and things of that nature. He carries a handbag. Height maybe close to like maybe 5'10", 5'9". If you ever go into City Hall, he'll give, like during city council sessions on Thursdays, he is the guy who always have like this very 1776 accent type of thing. But he apparently is in the running for the position and might be the city's next director. There's no confirmation if he is, but I've been trying to figure out if they're going to announce a director, who's been running, who's been having interviews, what's been going on. And so from sources that I know, I've heard that he has been in the conversation. He has been going to some of the Parker administration events. Apparently, he's been telling people in his circle that he is in consideration for this role. There's no confirmation of whether he has it or not. But if you hear the name David Alexander Jenkins at a press conference or announced in a press release, you heard it here first. Close sources is telling me that he is the person that most likely would get the position, but anyone else, you know, you never know. We talked earlier on the show about how there seems to be an elevation of a person of color in the LGBTQ community. As far as I know, David Alexander Jenkins, he has been someone who's been in the community circles. People have seen him at, you know, the William Way Center, community events. He's been in the community. I don't necessarily know what his roles are. Like, I don't know if I think he's maybe serving on some advisory committees and things like that for some groups, but he's kind of been in the circles and he has been a big supporter of Mayor Sherrell Parker. And, you know, we'll see. We'll see what the role will look like under his leadership. From what I'm hearing from close sources, they really do not really want the office to have a very pronounced presence. And I'm not talking about David Alexander Jenkins per se, but I have heard from people who've worked in the administration, past employees have said in the public space that the Office of DEI, the Office of LGBT Affairs, similar offices, they really don't want them to be doing policy-shaped work. They really want them to steer away from very, you know, polarizing or controversial topics. So you won't hear much about transgender rights or advocacy. You're not going to hear, you know, any type of strong responses to any national issues going on in the LGBTQ community. Pride will probably not be as loud and prominent as it has in years past. The type of Selena Morrison leadership, her predecessors, that's not going to be how the office will show up. And I think part of the fact that it's been over 6 months since they've had someone in the role. It's been over 6 months since they've had someone fulfill the role. And I don't know what's been going on. I think a lot of people were taken aback by what happened to the previous director, which was Ty Brown. I think there's just been even Selena Morrison, there just seems to be a lot of chaos in that office. And it seems as if the city really just has it there. So I don't really know if he's going to really do anything to really revitalize it. I think it's more going to be the park administration overseeing it. There'll be some flag raisings, but I think that's kind of how they want this role to be. So I don't think they're going to be someone really dynamic or really known in the position. I think it's going to be very low key. So that's what I've heard, we'll see. But there will be a response. There will be an announcement on that. Yeah. And I wonder if this is like the fact that, for those who are in the sports world, or even if you're not in the sports world, the Straights are definitely crying right now, and everyone is crying except me. The Eagles are not going to advance to the playoffs. It's over. The wild card, they lost to the San Francisco 49ers. It's over. There will be no parade. There will be none of the excitement, the Kelly Green. It's a wrap for this season. So, yeah, Philadelphia is heartbroken. And that means that the city's energy, the Go Birds, you need to just go ahead and say Go Sixers. I know they lost recently, but Sixers, maybe they got a chance. They've been winning some games. They've been doing pretty good actually this season. Look what happens when you don't have an arena. Look how good it is when you don't have an arena. That's going to gentrify a neighborhood. Like when you just keep the main thing in your own backyard, right? Look how we can be focused and we can see good things happen. So, I'm optimistic about all of that. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll definitely see. But it's an interesting time right now in Philly politics, and the park administration is going to have to figure out how to keep the public off of this ICE conversation. But it don't seem like the Eagles win will be that pleasant distraction from what's been going on. So it's going to be a lot. So, movies. Award season is here. During a holiday break, during my, my quick little sabbatical before we start this new season, I've been following all the award shows, the Golden Globes. OMG. So much is going on. I saw the Golden Globes. It was aight. It wasn't bad. It just was aight. I mean, there wasn't that much diverse wins. I guess it was very, very white for the most part. I mean, the big shocker of the night, at least for me, was Tiana Taylor winning Best Supporting Actress. I know there was chatter, and we've been following this on the podcast. I kept saying there's been a lot of buzz about Tiana Taylor. I can now say that it's not just buzz. There seems to be some momentum for her, and the momentum is real. Now, this is interesting because I watched the Critics' Choice Awards a week ago, and Amy Madigan, who is in her 70s, she is the wife of Ed Harris, but she's also an actress in her own right. She's won Best Supporting Actress for Weapons at the Critics' Choice Awards. And a lot of people said that Amy Madigan was this dark horse that was going to make momentum. Well, a lot of people were thinking that this race was really going to be between Ariana Grande and Amy Madigan. Well, now the conversation is Tiana Taylor and Amy Madigan. I think it is safe to say Ariana Grande, because of the reaction to the second Wicked for Good, there doesn't seem to be any awards interest in Wicked for Good in acting. I mean, Cynthia Erivo, she got a Golden Globe nomination, but she got snubbed at critics. She got snubbed at the Actors Awards, which is basically the SAG Awards. Full disclosure, they're calling it the Actors Awards, but I'm going to keep calling it the SAG Awards, y'all, the Screen Actor Guild Award. I don't really like the Actors Awards. That just sounds corny. So I'm going to keep calling it the SAG Awards, but it's the Actors Awards. So it's interchangeable at this point, but I'm going to call it the SAG Awards. She got snubbed at the SAG Awards this year. It looks like she's not going to get an Oscar nomination for Best Actress in Leading Role. But Ariana Grande has been getting nominated in every single category, every single award show. Critics Awards, SAG Awards, Golden Globes. I think she's going to get that 5th slot for Best Supporting Actress at the Oscars. She's going to be a 2-time Academy Award nominated actress. I don't think she's going to win, and I think that's because the film has just not been critically received by the awards community. Now, box office, it did pretty well. I actually liked Wicked for Good. I actually enjoyed it, and I thought that Cynthia Erivo really brought it. But I think this is just a very competitive year, and given that Wicked had already gotten a lot of love the previous year, I think maybe there's a little bit of fatigue there. Ariana Grande's performance and role was much stronger than the previous role, and so there seems to be interest there. Best Supporting Actress seems to be like a really weak category. I mean, it seems like it's no real heat there. But Tiana Taylor, I don't know. She might pull it, because the interesting thing about Weapons with Amy Madigan is that Amy Madigan is really carrying that film. There's not a lot of people that's watching it. Um, they're watching it for her, but her getting a nomination might be the consolation prize for her, but the win might be a little too generous. Tiana Taylor, rising star in Hollywood. She was in a film that Dr. Parks and I saw called One in a Million or something like that. And she was really good in it. I saw like about a year ago, I think, about maybe 2 years ago, maybe. But she was great in it. And there was a lot of buzz, but it was an indie film. And a lot of people was putting her in conversations around not Oscars, but awards categories. But she didn't really get into any of the big shows. So it feels like this is because she showed up in a bigger film with a bigger director, bigger stars. A lot of critics did not forget her acting. So this is not like she's a newbie to a lot of people. This is more of a rising because she already shown her acting chops in a lead role. This performance in one battle after another is a supporting role. Now, there's a lot of controversy. A lot of people, a lot of Black feminists in film and cinema has criticized the performance, said that it's just not a good role, all the things. A lot of people don't really like the way Black women were depicted in the film. I understand that this is always the critique whenever we see Black actresses play roles that are not positive. I think I sometimes struggle with these conversations because I understand the lack of nuance in the industry roles that are given to Black actresses. But personally, as someone who has studied cinema, in my own honest opinion, I think that the film, the subject matter, it's a role. And Tiana is good in it. And it's if you know PTA's movies, Paul Thomas Anderson's films, they're very subversive. He's done Boogie Nights, he's done There Will Be Blood. He's given masterpiece films. I think we've got to understand that a lot of what they're criticizing his writing of these Black actresses is that he didn't do this alone. This is an adapted screenplay, and there's other people that actually gave names to these characters. This is not just Paul Thomas Anderson on some racist rant. I just think sometimes people just don't have the context and they project. And I know that Hollywood creates these issues systemically, and I can hear all of that, but I think there's a lot of just easy, snappy, knee-jerk reactions to this film that I do think is a little unfair to the overall essence of the film and the way it was produced. And I understand people don't want to watch it, but if you don't want to watch it, that's your choice. But to try to have these informed takes on a film that you have not watched or you have not taken the time to understand the full scope of the production of the film is just a little intellectually dishonest. So you don't have to like the film, but just to try to write it off in a certain type of way without doing that real dense observation or reading is a little lazy and a little intellectually lazy. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. But I remember this around the conversations around Precious, I remember there was some initial reactions of like, oh, this is the stereotypical film of a Black woman playing a struggling, angry mom, an angry Black woman trope. And it's like, people, let me say this. There can be a critique about women in cinema, the limitations of women in general. It's no different from a lot of women who are white. The limited roles, we can argue, women of color in general, specifically Black women, don't get that many roles in these type of major films. There's a critique that can be said about that. But I want to be clear that if you actually look at the roles that actresses are getting in general to win these type of awards, they're not really giving them to the Julie Andrews, Mary Poppins type of characters. It's very seldom that Best Actress wins for any actress. Oftentimes, the performances are dramas. They're not comedies. Most award shows do not really honor comedic performances by women in general. There can sometimes be musicals, but if there are musicals, there are performances that are tear-jerkers and they're pain. Trauma typically is the name of the game, whether you're a Black woman in trauma or a white woman in trauma. Look, Jessie Buckley is the front runner to win Best Actress for her performance in Hamnet. That fucking film was traumatizing and sad as fuck. Okay? It's a mother who loses her child. Those are the roles that typically get the Oscars, whether Black, white, Latino, what have you. I mean, Latino women of color don't even win Best Lead Actress performances. The only Black woman who's ever won was Halle Berry, and she played a mother, a grieving mother, widow. Like, she had a role that was emotional. But previous awardees, such as Charlize Theron in Munster, played a sexually abused serial killer. Like, these are the type of films that often win. These roles are women who are experiencing trauma, abuse. It's not just specifically forced on Black women actresses. That's important to know. Like, it's not a trope just for Black women. I think it's a trope with a lot of acting. Most of the most dramatic, look, Timothy Chalamet is predicted to potentially win Best Actor in the Lead Role this time for Marty Supreme. He's getting his ass paddled, okay? And I won't get into the details of the film, but it's not, I just want to be clear that dramatic performances typically win, and there are performances that often involve pain and suffering and tears. I just think it's important to note that. I mean, Honora, okay, the actress that won for Honora last like award cycle. Honora was a sex worker that dealt with trauma, and she was like kidnapped and that's a white actress playing that role. Like, I just think we just need to be a little intellectually honest about how we depict these disparities. There are disparities in casting, limited casting, but when we talk about roles specifically, I think there's a lot of comments about the Jezebel and all those things. And those things are researched, but when we're talking about Academy Award types of performances, these roles are not just only being prescribed to Black women. They're not. A lot of women in general in these films are experiencing this same type of casting. Because of the racial disparities of white actresses getting more roles to play, there is more variety. But I will tell you, as someone who's watched Academy Award nominated films every year for over 15 years, if you actually look at the roles that win, they typically fall within a certain type of subplot, regardless of race. I just want to note that. I'm not dismissing it. Mikey Madison, her character was a sex worker who is playing like a type of gold digger, but also someone who's being exploited and traumatized, okay? I want to go through all the previous Best Actress wins over the past couple of years. I mean, these are not films that are glamorous for white women. They're not playing just beautiful, glamorous roles. There is a lot of trauma and emotional. And honestly, I would love to see more Black women get more challenging roles like that so they can have their range. Because, to be honest, I'm actually think that a lot of Black women in cinema don't get those types of challenging, complex roles, actually. Oftentimes, they're either just getting one-dimensional roles where they're just a pretty love interest, or they're just the loving mother, or they're playing someone who's dealing with some type of, neglect, or they're just the supportive girlfriend. It's just, Viola Davis said it best, that when she won for How to Get Away with Murder at the Emmy, she was saying that, you can't see more Black women winning these type of awards if they're not playing roles that allow them the range and depth. They got to get the roles. And the roles are not going to be beautiful, inspirational roles all the time, right? Not everybody can get the role of Celie, which was traumatic, Not everyone's going to get a great biopic. Not everyone's going to get to play Dorothy Dandridge like Halle Berry did. But even that shit was traumatic, Not everyone's going to get a chance to play an icon like Tina Turner. But again, that shit was traumatic. Like, there's range, y'all. And I think sometimes this desire of respectability of, it doesn't work in theater the same way. Like, it just don't. It's look, I think Taraji P. Henson in Hidden Figures was a great role that should have been nominated for an Oscar. I think Taraji P. Henson and Hidden Figures should have been nominated. But then, what's weird is that you all would have said, oh, another civil rights performance. Or, look, Cynthia Erivo played Alphaba, a great performance that got an Oscar nomination, right? Musical, but you all have said, oh, another singing role. They always want us singing like the way Jennifer Hudson did in Dreamgirls. I just think that the ranges, it's like, what is the role that you want to see? What do you want to see? And it's not going to always be one, right? We saw Cynthia Erivo play Harriet Tubman. And a lot of people dismissed that as another slavery performance, but it was more. It was a great performance, and she got nominated. So I think people just need to be honest about either A, they don't know what they want, or B, they just have this very romanticized, positive, good vibes only type of performance that don't actually win the Oscars. They don't. They really don't. It's very seldom that a very happy-go-lucky character played by any actress wins the Oscar. You got to have meat. You got to have gore. You got to have it. And what's interesting is that we, as Black viewers, right, we will watch white women in the most extreme roles and get excited and fall for it and say, yeah, they acted. But we don't allow Black actresses to play similar roles that are just as that without us feeling the need to put it in some type of trope. We limit Black actresses' ability to have those ranges. We did it to Denzel Washington. I mean, Training Day was a fucking incredible performance. And I remember people just kept saying, oh, why he had to play a mean cop or whatever. That's acting. It was beautiful to see Denzel get out of a suit, get out of the inspirational coach. Remember the Titans, it was beautiful to see him not playing a lawyer. He's played so many attorneys. He's played so many of those roles. It's beautiful to see Denzel. That was a performance that has really stood the test of time. We've never seen Denzel be that evil, that villainous. And it was such a very different role for him because he's always played these upstanding men. And I think that's beautiful. Like, he's done it. But it's fun to see range, right? I think about Halle Berry in Monsters Ball. Halle Berry has always been glammed up. Sex symbol, beautiful, glamour, even when she's not. I mean, and I think about her most memorable roles when she has not done those type of parts, right? I loved her in Gothica. I loved her in Losing Isaiah. I loved her in Jungle Fever, right? I think Halle Berry does not get enough credit for the range of her roles because we are so busy trying to make her pretty. And when she stripped down in Monsters Ball, there was a rawness there that earned her that Oscar. It's one of my favorite Best Actress Oscar winners of all time. It was an incredible performance. So Tiana Taylor in this film, I appreciate what she brought to the role. I appreciate how she owned the role. I appreciated how she did something different outside of what she's just done as an artist. And I personally liked it. And I did. I understand the critiques, but you know what? She was acting. And anybody who saw her in that film, she was great. And I get it. You want these people to be activists and you want them to represent these things. We got to stop projecting it in these realms. To some point, we got to recognize nuance. And I think we limit creatives in this way. Tiana Taylor has the range. She's an All's Fair, playing a different type of character. 1 in a Million, a different character. But we've seen her in Tyler Perry films, right? Byron, remember that in Medea's Family? And you all would have just laughed it up. But I'm happy that she gets to be in something different. And listen, if she gets the Oscar, it would be beautiful. So yeah, she was one of my favorite wins of the night. Outside of that, Sinners won Best Cinematic Achievement, which has become the new consolation prize for the film that really should win Best Picture, but they give it to it because it's too popular. Best Picture, musical or comedy went to one battle after another, which looks like it's going to be the Oscar frontrunner for Best Picture. And then Best Drama went to Hamnet, which shocked a lot of people in the room, including director Chloe Zhao, who was really shocked. I really thought Sinners had a good chance of winning that. It had a lot of nominations.
I really thought they had a chance. So that was interesting. Best director, of course, went to Paul Thomas Anderson. He also won Best Screenplay. It's important to note that the Oscars, I think there's going to be two categories in screenplay: Best Adapted Screenplay, which I think Paul Thomas Anderson is going to win for, and then Best Original Screenplay, which I really think that's going to be the big Sinners win. I think Ryan Coogler, who's nominated, who is the screenwriter, I think, one, he's going to get nominated for Best Screenwriter, Best Original Screenplay. I think he's going to win in the category, personally. I think he's going to win. And I think that will be the big moment to see Ryan Coogler finally get an Oscar. He's had so many great films, Black Panther, other great moments, but to see him get up there, I mean, it would be nice for him to win Best Director. I think he's going to get nominated for Best Director for sure. But I think Paul Thomas Anderson is going to get it because this is long overdue for him. This is one of those, it's his time type of wins, kind of like Martin Scorsese. When he went for The Departed. But I think Ryan Coogler has so many more great films in him. His career is beginning to continue to propel. I don't think this will be his last time. I think every time he puts out a film, he gets closer and closer. And I think he's going to win his first Oscar for Best Original Screenplay for Sinners. I think that's going to be a big moment at the Oscars. I'm speaking into existence. I need him to work on his acceptance speech skills because Homeboy, I mean, I don't think he likes public speaking. Like, I don't think he likes actually speaking. Like, his whole posture, like, he seems to be very anxious. Listen, brother, you got to get ready. You're going to win an Oscar. I'm saying it to you. You're going to win the Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay. I need you to just work on your speech. I want you to be confident. I know you're going to be shy. It's going to be nerve-wracking, but this is going to be your moment. We're going to give you a standing ovation. I am going to be at an Oscars watch party, standing up for you with tears in my eyes because what a fucking win it's going to be. Okay? I see it for him. I don't think Sinners is going to win Best Picture, but I do have a sense that they might actually, potentially, get 15 Oscar nominations and make history for the most nominated Academy Award film ever. La La Land and All About Eve currently has the tie for most Oscar nominations with 14. Because there is a new Oscar nomination at play. It's what is it called? It's called It's called Best Casting. I think that they will get nominated for that. They could potentially win for that as well. And I think that in the other categories they're slated for, there's a strong chance that Sinners will get 15 Oscar nominations. And there's a strong chance that they will be the most nominated film of all time. They can beat the record. There's a really strong chance that they potentially can do it. So fingers crossed. But I think this is a moment. But I do think at this point, the way the Oscars are shaping up right now, my predictions, if I was a betting man, right now, I think that one battle after another is unstoppable. I think it's going to win Best Picture. I think Paul Thomas Anderson is a lock for Best Director. I think Best Actress, Rose Byrne won the Golden Globes for Best Actress in a comedy. I think Rose Byrne is the possible dark horse to win, but I think the front runner is going to be Jessie Buckley for Hamnet. Best Actor, I think Timothée Chalamet is given it. But I do think Wagner, for Marty Supreme, of course, for his role in Marty Supreme, which I did personally like. I think the dark horse could be Wagner Moura, who is in this movie called The Secret Station. And that film is a foreign language film. He won at Cannes Film Festival. And I think that is an interesting performance that's been getting some good buzz. But it's called The Secret Agent. The Secret Agent. It's a Brazilian film. The film is in Brazil. Was filmed in Brazil. It's a foreign language film. It is the front runner to win Best Foreign Language Film at the Oscars. The Secret Agent has been getting a lot of buzz, and Wagner Moura's performance has been getting a lot of critical acclaim. There is a strong chance that he might pull the upset. He's become the first Brazilian man to ever win this award for Best Actor in the drama at the Golden Globes. There is a chance that he might pull that upset. I still think Timothée Chalamet is going to get it, but there is a strong chance that this might not happen. So right now I got Timothée Chalamet as a front runner, but I got to see. I think, given that Wagner Moura is not nominated at the SAG Awards, but Timothée Chalamet is, he might actually win it again.
2 consecutive wins, which would be impressive. So I don't know. I think the tide is going for him. Best original song, it's very clear that K-pop Demon Hunter's Golden, which was on the Billboard charts, is going to win that. I also think they're going to win Best Animated Feature. I think they're a lock-in. I thought Zootopia had a chance. Zootopia 2, but they don't. Best Supporting Actress, it is a toss-up, y'all. I can't put my hand on it. It's either going to be Tiana Taylor or Amy Madigan. I got to see how the SAG Awards play it. Best Supporting Actor, another major toss-up. It is still a toss-up, y'all. I don't know where this is going. Right now, I think that if I was a betting man, I do feel like there is a chance that Sean Penn and Benicio del Toro are going to cancel each other out for Best Supporting Actor for One Battle After Another. So where does that leave us? I think the person that might win, if I was a betting man, who it looks like they might have a chance, is Stellan Skarsgård. I really think he's going to win Best Supporting Actor. Stellan Skarsgård has been a favorite to win this, but there was thoughts that maybe Sean Penn, who I think had the stronger performance in One Battle After Another, but people thought that the critics really liked Benicio del Toro. But then Jacob Elordi in Frankenstein has been building up momentum. I think it's between Jacob Elordi and Stellan Skarsgård. I gotta see what the SAG Awards are going to do, because if the SAG Awards gives it to Stellan Skarsgård or Jacob Elordi, then that's going to tell me how the Oscars are going to go. However, if they end up giving one of the cast members that's a part of One Battle After Another the award, I don't know what's going to happen, y'all. Because I've been thinking it's Benicio del Toro, but he just has not been winning anything. He's lost at the Critics Awards. He's lost at the Golden Globes. I just don't see it right now. But this Stellan Skarsgård, for sentimental value, there might be a chance. And I loved, by the way, that there was diversity as far as the the Golden Globe wins. You had representation in various categories. You had Timothée Chalamet for Marty Supreme win the Best Lead Actor. You had Hamnet getting an awards win. You had Sentimental Value getting a win. You had One Battle After Another getting a win. You had, If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You, Rose Byrne's performance. And you had The Secret Agent winning. Every acting category, there was no multiple wins in acting. There was a different actor and actress that won from a different film in every single category. So that's how you know this is a really wild race. There's no double lapping. Because if Tiana Taylor, somebody from One Battle After Another, is going to win an acting award, I thought that it was going to come out of the Best Supporting Actor category. But now Best Supporting Actress has shifted the game. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But we're going to stay tuned. But as you can see, I'm wrapped up into awards. This is my favorite type of dynamic. I am in a full award season mode. So that's where my energy lies with that. But moving on. Music. Listen, Britney Spears is saying she's not performing in the U.S. anymore. I'm a little sad by that because I like her. I love her. I love her so much. So it's kind of a bummer to hear her say that. She's talking about potentially Australia, but we'll see. But I'm happy to hear that she wants to perform again. But something about the United States and Britney just don't mix right now, which is kind of sad because she was all American princess, pop princess. So it's a lot there. But I want to talk about Bruno Mars, okay? It's time. So Bruno Mars is back. He's got a new album coming out called The Romantic. He's already announced the world tour. He's coming in February. He's dropped a new single on Friday. It's a lot of people hype about Bruno Mars. Y'all, listen, I am finally able to say it. I'm hearing a lot of people on the internet say it. Let's finally address the elephant in the room. This man, he's 40. He's a Libra. I see it. But y'all, Bruno Mars has been making the same song over and over again. And y'all are going to eat it up and treat it like it's great. Everyone's saying he never misses. You know why he never misses? Because he never does anything different. He's going to make the same innocuous song. And let me say this. Bruno Mars is talented. But you know what, y'all? Sometimes talented can be boring. Sometimes when you don't mix it up, it can become a broken record. I think that's what's kind of happened with Adele. Okay? I think by Adele's album 30, y'all were just kind of like, look, she can sing, we like her, but what's new, right? That's how I feel about John Legend. John Legend is a nice man. He has great politics. He's a smart, well-read man. He's a Penn alum. Love him down, right? He's adorable. He's cute. You know, he's a good man. He can sing his ass off. But he's boring. You're never getting anything new from him. The same can be said about Alicia Keys. I feel like for over the past decade, Alicia Keys has been kind of giving you the same type of music, the same style. It's boring. It's redundant. It's safe. It's not moving anything. Y'all, how do you put Bruno Mars and Beyonce in the same sentence? You fucking don't. You don't. Because one thing about Beyonce is that she's going to give you range. She's going to give you excitement. She's unpredictable. She's doing genre bending. That is an artist that we can appreciate. Please keep Bruno Mars out of the conversation when you're talking about legends. Gaga even mixes it up sometimes. You know, Gaga will give you something different. You know, I just think that we're just in this era where Safe and Missionary is just giving you, like, listen, I know what it is. I think because there's a dearth of actual legitimate talent in the music industry, we have now confused talent with greatness. And I just feel like he's just cosplaying soulful R&B. And he's been doing this for like the past fucking 10 years. He hasn't put out a new album, solo album in like 10 years. But this is no different than 24 Karat. Like Silk Sonic. I mean, like, it's the same thing. He's like stuck in the 70s. Like, this song it sounds like everything he's done in the past years. I mean, it's just the same thing. I mean, it's just redundant, but you all will go up for it. And the Grammys love it. Like, they'll just keep giving him Grammys and they'll keep acting like he's doing something different. But I'm just kind of like, hotel music. You straights, y'all can love y'all little missionary, corny wedding singer music. I mean, the guy can sing, but it's just boring. I really thought he was good. You know, I think my favorite Bruno Mars era personally was Unorthodox Jukebox. Like, I really liked that album. Locked Out of Heaven. I really felt like that was the album that really gave him the edge. I felt like if he would have stayed evolving from that, he would have, I don't know. I just feel like as an artist, he's kind of stunted. I feel like he's just doing the same type of music and he just wants everyone to like it. I feel like he's such a pick-me when it comes to fandom. Like, no one can say anything wrong about Bruno. Bruno is like the people pleaser, but at the same time, it's just so safe. And I just feel like he's not making any music that speaks to the moment. That's why I just have to go up for Beyonce. I know that politically she's not saying anything. She's not speaking to the moment as an individual in ways that people might want an artist to do. I get that. But I will say that her music is just so fucking good and so needed and just so thorough. And I just think at times where there's a dearth of that kind of innovation, like, she's talented and innovative. I think we're just missing innovative music, you know? Everyone's just playing it safe. It's not bad, but it's just so predictable and formulaic. And I just feel like that's what he's doing right now. This single it's gonna probably debut at #1 in the top 5, and he's gonna have another #1 hit, and everyone's gonna say that because it's #1, it means it's good. It's just like, all right, whatever. You know, I don't know. I'm just bored. I'm bored. It's not that it's horrible. It's just boring. Yeah. As far as TV goes, there's a show called His and Hers. It's a miniseries actually. It's a miniseries, and it is starring Tessa Thompson, who's been doing some great acting. Okay, Tessa Thompson was phenomenal in Hedda. If you've not seen the movie Hedda, I encourage you to watch it. It's really kick-ass. She's phenomenal in it. And in a perfect role, she would have gotten an Oscar nomination. But the field is very crowded. But she's incredible in Hedda. If you have not seen it, please watch it. She got nominated for Best Actress in a Leading Role for her performance in it.
It was really good, and I really encourage people to really check it out. Um, yeah, His and Hers is really good. It's a whodunit mystery type of film, miniseries. I mean, it's a couple episodes, but it is very good. It's based off of a book by Alice Feeney, but it is a thriller, and it's on Netflix, and it is very, very good. I encourage you to watch it. The ending, though, I'm gonna be quiet about that ending. But a show that I've been really sinking my teeth in, that I want everyone to watch and find it. It is a show called Mr. Loverman. Oh my goodness. It is British. It's a British show. It's on Prime Video. The first season is on Prime. It's a new series from BBC. Not that kind of BBC. Keep your head out the gutter. But it's a British show called BBC One, which has a lot of great shows on there. But the show is called Mr. Loverman. It is a black show, as a black cast, and it centers around the fact that there's a woman is shocked to discover that her husband of 50 years has been cheating on her for decades with his male best friend. It is spicy, but it's not like a harmful film. It's a very interesting film. The way they handled this topic, it is a very provocative, thoughtful show. It's 8 episodes. It's called Mr. Loverman. It is a British television series, but I love it. It is probably the best new show I've watched in a while. But it's called Mr. Loverman, and I think you all should watch it. It's based off of a book by Bernardine Eversto. I got a chance to read the book. I really love the show. It's really a good adaptation. It's rich. It's so good. It came out this summer, and it's just a phenomenal show. If you've not heard of it, I highly recommend it. It won some really great acting awards for their cast. Yeah, it's good TV. It's very good TV. They won the BAFTA award for Lenny James, who plays the lead role. He won Best Actor at the British Academy Television Awards. Not the BAFTA, it's like their Emmy Awards, but he won. Sharon D. Clarke was nominated for Best Actress. I really think this is a film that people should really get into. So, yeah, great series. Highly recommend it. I want to briefly talk about the show, The Traitors. I haven't really watched this season of the show. It's really popular with Alan Cummings. But I heard a lot of y'all talking about Michael Rapport, that he's on the show, and he's like kind of ruining the show because he's very problematic. I mean, this guy has a history of being problematic, has said racist things, have said very Islamophobic things, anti-Palestinian things. I mean, he's just a problem. He used to be in Spike Lee films many, many years ago, but Michael Rappaport is not who he used to be. Just this very problematic, like white New York guy, actor. Very just insensitive and just such a jerk, to be honest. Not a fan. But he's on this show. I don't know whose idea was to cast him in the show. I just don't know what they thought they were doing there, but I digress. He's a jerk. I'll leave it there. And also, there is Whispers, Kate Winslet, one of my favorite actresses of all time, Emmy Award winning actress, Kate Winslet, is saying that there might be a chance that Mayor of Easttown, it might be filming next year in 2027. So for those who thought the show might be over, hold on, wait a minute. Y'all thought they were finished. Kate Winslet is hinting that they might be coming back for season 2 in 2027. And it's a little hard because I feel like it's been like over 5 years of this show. We haven't seen a new season. So I don't know how they're going to do it and play it off, but that's interesting. We'll see. We'll definitely see how that will unravel. But yeah, this has been a great, season 10 premiere. Coming up, I got birthday parties to go to for this week. There's lots of birthdays. I'm looking forward to teaching a new semester at CCP. I'm really excited about the opportunities and the good things coming with that. I got some big speaking engagements coming up. I'm doing a big DEI conversation
with an incredible organization, communication organization is national. Love a good speaking engagement. I'm on this panel talking about DEI, and how to keep it in this administration, right? Like, we just can't give up. Okay. We cannot, at all. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting time for everybody. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Capricorn season. You know, the final throws before Aquarius season, because I got a lot of Aquariuses in my life as well. So it's a lot of seasons. So yeah, I'm getting ready. I'm curious to see how the city's going to react to all the stuff going on right now with ICE. I'm going to see if the park administrator is going to say something. We're on the edge of our seat to see who the next LGBT's affairs director is going to be. You know, we're going to see that shake up. It's a lot to look at. So yeah, you know, welcome to season 10. As you can see, we're in, fasten your seatbelts. We're in for a bumpy ride. And as always,
Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.